kind of talking about that, excited about that, wondering if it could result in something extra tonight. I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to set myself up for disappointment, to be honest with you. I'm not going to get my hopes up and then be disappointed if we don't get anything extra. I think we're definitely going to get a QR code, of course. So I expect a QR code, and I think that there could be a little nod to the Fiend somewhere. And when I say nod, I don't mean the Fiend appearing, right? Or like a big tribute, but just a reference or something. There could easily be that. But I'm not really expecting anything else. I'm certainly not expecting anyone to debut. I'm not expecting to see the Fiends or anything like this, right? I mean, I've been sent some pretty wacky and wild ideas. I think that it's one of those things, these kind of anniversaries, where there's always an anniversary of something that's happening. And I tell you what, it did make me think, how big is it going to be on the anniversary of Bray's passing? I mean, I looked, and it actually falls on a Saturday, so there is no show that's going to be on. If Bash at Berlin is just 1 week after, which is a real shame, because it would have been lovely if it had been on the same show, you know, if we'd had a premium live event, because I'm sure they would have done something. There would have been some sort of recognition of the first year anniversary of Bray's passing. That actually comes round in August. So that one, I think, definitely would be something we would have done something with. I just don't know how I feel about this one. Like, 5 years since the Fiend debuted, we are building towards another return, which is what makes me think that we could do something. But as I said, I'm not going to be getting my hopes up for anything more than a QR code and maybe a little nod to the Fiend. So with that being said, what are we going to be expecting tonight? What do we think the show has got for us tonight? And what it's got is plenty, is the answer. There's lots of stuff that's going down tonight. If we run through the official preview, it says we've got Jey Uso taking on Ilja Dragunov. And I did ask on X as to what people thought, or who people thought was going to win in that encounter, right? So Ilja Dragunov against Jey Uso. We got Becky Lynch taking on Dakota Kai, which is a bit of a strange matchup, to be honest, but she's got to face someone as she's building towards her match with Liv. I only say this is strange because that feels like a pay-per-view match, a premium live event match, and we're just sort of doing it a bit out of the blue. So I know that they almost attacked her, and obviously Lyra had to come to Becky's aid. So you can say they sort of set it up, but I don't know. It's not the match I was expecting. And a match that I hope we get at a premium live event one day. Gunther against Kofi Kingston, of course, King of the Ring, the other King of the Ring match. Shaina Basler taking on Iyo Sky. And we've also got Lyra versus Zoe. Now, you could make an argument for Zoe versus Shaina being the next round, right? I actually think it might be the complete opposite. I'm thinking that they might want to invest in Lyra, who's only just been called up. And it's hard to not invest in Iyo because she was a women's champion not long ago. So I'm thinking Lyra, Iyo stands a really good chance in the next round. Lyra, Iyo in the next round. And obviously we're expecting Gunther to get past Kofi, but who wins out of Jey Uso and Ilja Dragunov? So with that being said, let's do a poll. Let's do a poll, shall we, and ask the question, who wins? I did ask this on my Twitter, and the result was looking very, very close. But let's see what you lot think. Is it going to be Jey Uso or is it going to be Ilja Dragunov? I actually think this is a really engaging match. It's a really interesting match as to who's actually going to win that one. So I'm looking forward to seeing what you lot come back with in regards to the results. I can tell you, because I don't mind telling you, that Ilja is winning on the Twitter poll 57% to 43. 57-43 to Ilja winning this match and progressing. It's had just over 300 votes, which isn't bad, in all fairness. So we'll see what you lot think on here. Carl and Dawn, shout out to you. Hope you're well. Hope you had a good weekend. Said Kurt Angle needs to return and straighten out Chad. Yeah, I mean, I don't really know what we're doing with Chad, to be honest. I think a lot of us thought he was going to be the one that would beat Gunther and become Intercontinental Champion. Now he seems to be like the next feuds for Sami. And, I mean, it might be a case that Chad gets the title and then Sami can go into Money in the Bank and he can go in without the burden of being Intercontinental Champion. For me, I really want Sami to fulfill his potential. I think Sami is someone that's been on the main roster for quite a while. He's someone that hasn't really been around world titles. He obviously had that one opportunity, that major opportunity in Montreal, which he deserved after all the work he put in with the Bloodline. But since then, you know, my concern at that point was that if he wasn't going to win the world title at that time, then he was really going to get put on the back burner. They put him in the tag team with Kevin Owens. It did result in him main event in night one, so you can't be down on that. But pretty much everything after that was not great. You know, I mean, them having a run with the tag titles didn't really mean anything. And it did very much feel like we were just pushing him to the sides, like giving him something to do. We were still trying to keep that plate spinning. We were still trying to make him feel relevant and make him feel important, right? You know, the tag belts, they do matter, but considering where he was to where he went, it did feel like quite a come down. So we're at a point now where it's like, we know that Sami has got a great connection with the fans. We know that there's a lot of people out there that would like to see Sami have a run as a world champion. It's very crowded and cluttered. You know, you've got Gunther, you've got Drew, you've got CM Punk, you've got AJ Styles, who said he's going to retire soon and would like one more run. Obviously, you've got Cody, you've got Seth, Roman will come back, Rock's sniffing around. How the hell do you get Sami to a world title? Well, one way is by him being the Money in the Bank winner. That Money in the Bank this year, I think, is going to be really interesting because there's a lot of people that really deserve that money. You could put it on Jey Uso. You could put it on Shinsuke. You know, you could put it on so many different people, but I think for me, the one that I would choose, of course, would be Sami. I think he's earned it. I think he's paid his dues. I think he's put the work in. He's been on the main roster a long time. And I think that he has had very limited opportunity considering. And it feels like, to be honest with you, the only way he's going to get it done is by winning Money in the Bank. So going back to Chad Gable, is it a case that he's going to beat Sami, win that Intercontinental Championship, and then Sami can go on to successfully win Money in the Bank? I would hope that's the plan, but there's no guarantee that that's the plan. There's every chance that Chad fails against Sami. Sami stays Intercontinental Champion, and I don't know that they'll give him the briefcase as well. I don't know that he'll have the Intercontinental Championship and the Money in the Bank briefcase. I'm not sure they'll do that, so I don't know. I would be concerned with Sami still being IC champion by the time Money in the Bank comes round. Because to be honest, I'd imagine he'll be on that card defending the IC title, not actually on that card trying to win the Money in the Bank. So yeah, the whole Chad's Sami stuff, I think, is very interesting at the moment. And I don't know, Chad being a heel is a direction, isn't it? Considering we all felt sorry for him and there was a lot of support for him, to turn him heel is, you know, brave. Time will tell if it was the right thing to do. But yeah, I can't say I've really made my mind up yet. I can't say that I am on board or not on board. I'm still in the process of watching it play out. It's been a few weeks and we'll see what we get tonight. But yeah, I think my bigger concern is Sami and, you know, can we get him back to that world title? Because I would hate for him to retire and his career be done and he never got that run, you know? He never got his hands on any version of a world title in WWE. So Yeah, interesting. Carl Dawn, chat out to you. Muse0042 said Ilja faces Gunther at Clash. They'll just tease it in this tournament. So Muse thinks that Jey will, I'm guessing you're thinking that Gunther will progress. So they'll tease it, and you think, I'm guessing, Jey wins and we get Gunther versus Jey? Absolutely, we could. To be perfectly honest with you, I don't know which way they go. The reason why I say that is because in the Unseen video the other day, I said, will they really do Bianca versus Jade on a SmackDown? Like, are they really going to give you that match on a SmackDown? Because I don't think the semi-finals take place at the premium live event. I think that's just the final itself. So that would mean that the semi-finals will be on a TV show. Are we really going to do Bianca Jade on a TV show? Are we really going to do Gunther Ilja just on a TV show? But it was pointed out to me that the Go Home SmackDown, where I'm guessing this semi-final will take place of Bianca Jade's, that's in Jeddah. That's in Saudi Arabia. And all of a sudden you go, oh, okay. Yeah, that's a big show in it. If you think about it, a SmackDown, a go-home SmackDown in Jeddah, I don't think we've ever done a SmackDown or a Raw in Saudi Arabia. So the fact we're doing that show in Jeddah did definitely make me go, do you know what? They could do Jade Bianca as the semi-final, because that is a big show to be in Saudi Arabia doing SmackDown. I don't know how I feel about Gunther Ilja, but you can make the argument that's not as big. Quite comfortably, you can make the argument because they've built Jade up to be this, once-in-a-generation superstar. And of course, Bianca's already been built. So I would say that Jade Bianca is a bigger match than Gunther Ilja. It's just that Gunther Ilja is the match for the hardcores. A lot of us have seen it in NXT UK. We saw it in NXT. We loved it. We want to see it again. So I don't know. I really don't know. Will they do that on Raw? Part of me thinks they could, because it'll be so good that, people will be excited for it. People will tune in for it. Those that don't know about Ilja will learn about Ilja. But then equally, do they save it, as you said, for Clash? Do they just tease it and then just kick the can down the road? They could absolutely do that as well. So I think this is what makes it so hard to know, are they going to go with Ilja or are they going to go with Jey? Jey is so over right now that you'd be brave to bet against it being Jey. He is so over, but Ilja is so good. He is so good, and we know Gunther versus Ilja is like 5 stars. We know what that match looks like. We've seen it a few times, and it delivers big time. So I don't know, if you're Triple H, do you wanna show the world what these two can do? Put it on Raw, or do you save it and kick it down the road a little bit further? I don't know, it's tricky, isn't it? Let's have a look, shall we? With that being said, and see which way people are leaning. At the moment, we've had 150 votes. It's 53-47 Jey Uso. So over on my Twitter account, it's 57-43 Ilja. Over on this account, it's 53-47 to Jey Uso. Crazy, innit? Yeah, it's close. It's so close. I feel like a lot of us just going, don't know. I don't know. I don't. Do you know? Because I don't know. I think that's what's happening right now. So, yeah, very exciting, and it'll be a great match. I've no doubt about that. Ilja, Jey, it's going to be really intense. They're both going to be going for it. That's what you want, man. And do you know what? That's going to really make Raw unmissable in my mind. That match alone, I want to know who wins. It matters who wins. I want to know who they kind of pull the trigger on. Do they stay safe and go with Jey, who's super over right now, or do they take a bit of a risk and actually have Ilja beating the Golden Boy? I mean, Jey is so over, and they're really trying to get that hand gesture going. Do you keep investing in that, or do you go with this new guy that's, there's going to be a good load of kids that won't know who Ilja is. It's very interesting. Mr. Unfamiliar said, wrestling-wise, Jey Uso is the Liv Morgan of the men's division. It almost fits too perfectly. Alex said, did you see what Alexa tweeted? I did, yes. So she tweeted out, just you wait, something like that. So I think that it is a little tease. I think she is kind of insinuating that obviously something big is on the way, but I feel like we know that anyway, you know? It's so easy being a WWE superstar and getting kind of engagement online. I mean, all you've got to do is just pretty much send out anything and people get like all worked up. I mean, she sent that out and there's really nothing to it, like just you wait. We're waiting anyway, you know, we're waiting anyway. We've been watching and working out these QR codes. We're fully aware that something massive is on the way. So I didn't really feel like there was much to it. I was a bit disappointed that there wasn't a little bit more of a tease, even if it just pointed us in a certain direction or gave us something to get our teeth into. It did just feel very like throwaway, but you know, it is what it is. It's a fun little tweet to send out. It definitely got people talking and speculating, but it just shows that even though everyone's not on boards with this QR codes, so many people are, that even a tweet like that can get people like really excited, really like, oh my God, what do you think it means? You know, that's part of the game, innit? That's part of the game. William, shout out to you. I hope you are well. Dean said, I am happy to be a part of this community. Dean, shout out to you, my friends. Welcome, welcome. Angie and Josh said, hello, Days. Hello, everyone. Hope you all had great weekends. Kind of glad that tonight there is a Raw to watch after having a pretty intense murder trial all day here in Idaho. No, I am not on the jury. I don't know what that means. Was it on TV or something, or was you in the courtroom for some reason? That I don't quite understand. But I hope that you are well. And yes, I could imagine that if you've been going through something like that, I could imagine that Raw is very much a welcome distraction. Derek said, if they do Ilja Gunther in the finals, you just can't beat that match because of who is on the SmackDown sides. Yeah, well, I mean, I've got it actually written down, the bracket. So over on the other side is Randy, Carmelo, LA Knight, and Tama Tonga. I feel like you could do LA Knight Gunther as the final, and I think that would be really fun. LA Knight Gunther final, King of the Ring, because I think that Gunther like getting a win over Ilja, but Ilja just battling and fighting, and I don't think Ilja should always get over Gunther. We know that Ilja has battled Gunther and beaten him before, but that shouldn't be the case every time. So I really think like you can show how close Ilja is to Gunther, show that they're basically cut from the same cloth. They will push each other beyond their limits, but that doesn't mean that Gunther always loses. I think I would be tempted to do Ilja Gunther and have Gunther win, and then have him go on to face Randy Orton in the final would be good, but I actually think Randy is going to have a match with someone from the Bloodline. I could see it being a case that Bloodline interfere in Randy's matches. You know, he sent a message to Tama Tonga on Friday saying like that he blames him for Kevin Owens' injury and everything. And so I think that there could still be something there. You know, it wouldn't surprise me if Randy interferes in LA Knight Tama Tonga, and then maybe they reply in his match. And so we end up with Carmelo LA Knight. I could see Carmelo LA Knight being the other semi-final. And then if it really comes down to who goes through out of Ilja Gunther, because I think you definitely are going to want to do face heel in the final, right? So if Gunther progresses, he's a heel. So that means that you need a face. I don't think we're going to do Gunther Carmelo. I think we would do Gunther LA Knight. So I think as I'm sitting here right now, Gunther LA Knight would be my pick. as to what we actually get in the final. So Gunther LA Knight, which would be a great match. I mean, what a match that would be. And there would be so much noise around that match because LA Knight gets monstrous reactions, huge reactions, and Gunther's got so much respect and there's a lot of credibility there. This would be a match that I think really would grab people's attention and would be like, how's this gonna go? That's a big ask for LA Knight. That's a hard win for LA Knight, but if he could do it, wow, to say that you beat Gunther to become King of the Ring, that would mean something, wouldn't it? And I think the LA Knight fans would be quite pleased with that because I think there's a real frustration. They haven't given him anything yet. So I genuinely don't know which way that would go if we did Gunther LA Knight as the final. So yeah, I'm thinking that that's the direction we're heading in. But of course I could be wrong. I have been wrong once before, many years ago. JPville, shout out to you, said new Wyatt 6 predictions: Blue Meanie, Scotty 2 Hottie, Tatanka, Luchador Hulk Hogan, and the original Sin Cara. Well, if you look hard enough, I'm sure you can find some clues that tease all of those in the Nightbird campaign. So, not the direction I think it's going to go, but I respect your opinion, my friend. I hope you're well, JPville. Carl and Dawn, shout out to you, said they need to give Jey a major title. It's time. Well, I mean, he is certainly over, and he has certainly got a lot of support. There's a lot of love for Jey Uso. I think it's hard to make an argument to give him a world title when he's not had a mid-card title. I am a big fan and believer that you do mid-card first and work your way up. There's maybe a few exceptions to that rule, right? It's not a hard and fast rule, but I think in Jey's case, I would kind of stick to that format. Give him a mid-card title and like build him up, you know? So I would look for him to... I said I'd love for him to be the one that beats Logan, but it doesn't work because he's on the other brand. So he can't be the one that's going to beat Logan. I can't see him be the one that beats Sami. Could he be the one that ends up defeating Chad if Chad beats Sami? You know, could we have Chad beat Sami soon and then we have Jey beat Chad? You know, Jey versus Chad, maybe SummerSlam or something. I'm not sure. Maybe a little bit later in the year. So I think I would be on board with him getting a mid-card title, but him getting a world title, I don't know. He is super over. I do understand that. But there's a lot of people that are super over, you know. People love Seth's entrance, you know, and obviously LA Knight gets monster pops, but it's not always just the size of the live crowd reaction, you know. There's a lot more that goes into it than just that. I mean, Sami was getting monstrous pops, and as we said, we didn't put a world title on him. So I think that it's a factor. It's a big factor, as is like merch sales and social media engagement and all that kind of stuff. But I am old school, and I think Triple H is old school as well, where you kind of go through that mid-card title and then you get to the world title. And I would say the same for LA Knight as well. This is why I felt confident he was going to beat Logan at WrestleMania, and then it didn't go that way, which I was really surprised about. I was really surprised they didn't go that path with LA Knight. But who knows? Perhaps he will still be the one. But yeah, that was a surprise. I certainly don't think it'll be Cody. I don't think it'll be Cody. I think that both Cody and Logan both leave with their championships from King and Queen of the Ring. We've spoke about that. You can do it with a count out, with a disqualification. You know, that will mean that both leave with their belts. I just don't see the point in having two belts on the same person. Certainly can't see why you would want to upset the fan base by putting the world title on Logan, right? That doesn't make any sense to me. And I don't really know why you would want Cody, who's just finished his story, to then be the one that gets the belt off Logan as well, when that could be someone else, you know, that achieves that. So I can't see it. I really can't see it. I can't see either title changing hands. I just think it's a big title versus title, champion versus champion, two big names going up against each other for the Saudis. That's it. It's because we're in Saudi Arabia. They spend a lot of money. There's a certain expectation. They want a big show for their money. So you can't just really get away with doing, say, Shinsuke versus Cody. It's got to be something more exciting than that, bigger than that, something that's going to generate more buzz than that. And this does that. This ticks that box. But I don't think it's anything more than that. So, Carl and Dawn, shout out to you. I agree. A title, a major title going on to Jey. I would say I would define it as a singles title personally. Like, I think that he needs to show that he can stand on his own 2 feet, and he's doing that. But, you know, he needs some gold as recognition that he can do that. So, Intercontinental, United States, you know, one of those. But maybe they give him Money in the Bank, and maybe he fast tracks his way to a world title that way. You know, he's got the Money in the Bank briefcase, and maybe that's the plan. They could do that. They absolutely could do that. So, yeah, lots of exciting things going on at the moment. Tea time. Shout out to you, my friends. Welcome. I hope you are well. Wrestle with Andy said, Days, I wouldn't mind Cody losing the belt to Randy at SummerSlam. That would be fun. I'd be okay with that. Then winning it back at Survivor Series to have it again for Mania. I think a lot of people could vibe with that, Andy, because of the fact that he's on 14. We know that the record is 16, Ric Flair and John Cena. And a lot of people want to see that record broken. But even if it doesn't get broken, I think for Randy to get to that level, you know, he's still going and still going full time. And he's not been around for a while, but that's because of injury. It's not because he's been lazy or, you know, got a part-time schedule. It's in his blood, you know, it's in his family. And he loves this and he doesn't want to give this up. And he's no plans to do anything in Hollywood seriously. Maybe if the odd thing came in, he'd be tempted. But he's said before that he's turned Hollywood projects down. So it's very interesting that you've got this legend who people love. I mean, did you see Buckley at the UFC show jump out of the cage and go over to Randy and just like fanboy? Because Randy is a legend. He is a name. You know, he is in that bracket, I would say, with your Bretts and your Shawns. I think you've got a Bret Hart, you've got a Shawn Michaels, maybe a Chris Jericho. And I think your Randy Orton sits very comfortably in that bracket. I don't think he's quite at the next level above that, which for me is your Stone Colds, your Hogans, your true faces of the company. I mean, Stone Cold to me was the face of the Attitude Era. Hogan was the face of the 80s. 90s is a little bit messy because obviously kind of early 90s, you've still got Hogan around. Late 90s is the Attitude Era. That bit in the middle is where we try Shawn for a bit, we try Diesel for a bit, we try Bret for a bit, we try Undertaker a little bit, we try Psycho Sid a little bit. Like, the belt kind of changes hands a few times throughout that period. And I think that just, you know, if that had been Bret's time, that middle of the 90s was just Bret, I think then Bret, for me, would be in that next level above. I think if you want to talk about how good people were in the ring, then Bret's in that next level above. But if you're just talking, say, star power, yeah, I think Bret for me is just that level down below Hogan, below like Stone Cold, below, dare I say, The Rock. Triple H is a tricky one to put into a bracket like that because, of course, he's done a lot as a booker now and he gets spoken about a lot for what he's doing away from his in-ring career. So it's hard to pitch him, to be honest. I don't know now where Triple H sits. I think you have to score him on his in-ring and then score him on his booking as a separate thing. So I think for me, he's kind of on that line between the two. He kind of had a run, man. His reign of terror did very much establish him as the face of the company. And he was kind of always around, but Yeah, he's a tricky one. He's a tricky one. I wouldn't just outright have him in that top bracket. But if you think about what he's doing now and now add that in, I think he is in that top bracket then. If you think about his influence now and his booking and responsibility and the man that he has become away from the ring, I think he does get into that top bracket now. But in-ring wise, it's tricky. So, fans love Randy, and I think they want to see him get as much success as he possibly can towards the end of his career. We kind of go into this pattern where the legends are expected to help the younger guys that are coming through, and they can be expected to do that quite early towards the end of their career. It's not always right at the very end. It can be like a good 8 years before their career ends, 10 years before their career ends. I mean, I would say that Randy has done a lot to help the younger guys. Certainly if you think about his teaming with Riddle being a good example, you know. He's helping out Riddle there. And granted, I think Riddle was helping him because I think injury kind of forced that. But I think that if you look at Randy's career, he's been stuck on 14 for a long time, world championships. It's hard to believe that we couldn't have found him another world title or another couple of world title runs in recent times, even, you know, with the injury. So I think him winning and having a run and then dropping it back to Cody, as you say, at Survivor Series, not everyone would be on board with that because there's some real big Cody crybabies out there, right? But I think, would the majority be on board with that? I think they probably would. People are excited for Cody Rock, and if we're not getting that till WrestleMania 41, I think people would be down for a Randy heel turn, and then Randy kind of is the one to take that title off Cody, but Cody gets it back. And then Cody's attention obviously has to turn back to The Rock, who makes it well known he's coming back soon. I think it's a good shout. I'd definitely be down for that. Brony, shout out to you. I can see that we've got a few super chats, including Tea Time. Tea Time, really appreciate the support, my friends. Welcome. Tea Time throwing in a $20 super chat, said, "What's up, Wrestling Days? I finally caught one of these live streams. Much love to you. I don't see Ilja winning tonight. I can see Ilja taking on Gunther at SummerSlam." So, Tea Time, shout out to you, my friend. I so appreciate all the support. And it was mentioned earlier about the fact Muse saying that Ilja Gunther could be at Clash at the Castle. You're thinking it can be at SummerSlam. There does seem to be this notion that they are going to kick it further down the road, and they absolutely could. They absolutely could. I think that you only have to look at the poll, either the poll on Twitter or the poll here, to see how close the poll is. I genuinely don't know if I'm a betting man which way I think they go, right? If I've got £10 and I've got to put it down as to which direction they're going to go, I'm really struggling. I think that I would be tempted to put it onto Ilja, and I would be tempted to have maybe a distraction for Jey, because I think that I could find something for Jey to do at King and Queen of the Ring that doesn't involve him being in the tournament. So I think maybe Drew. Wasn't Drew kind of sniffing around Jey last week because Jey took Drew's spot? I don't know how long Drew's out for. It might be that he just couldn't make it for that first round match, but he can make it for King and Queen of the Ring. So if Drew is sniffing around again, could he end up costing Jey? Ilja progresses. We then get Gunther, Ilja in a TV match as a bit of a taster, a bit of a, this is what they can do. Imagine if these two face at a premium live event. Like, you are giving people the match, but the thing with TV and commercial interruptions is you're not quite getting the proper, do you know what I mean? You're getting it as a starter. It's tasty, it's amazing, but you're not quite getting the full meal on TV. So I think if I'm a betting man, I'm looking at it thinking, Gunther, Ilja, it's a great way of showing what Ilja can do to a load of people that don't watch NXT. It's a little taster. I completely agree. The main course comes later, either at Clash or SummerSlam, whenever really. You know, you can do, or Bash in Berlin. You can do that match on a premium live event and get people really excited for it. I think I'm going with Ilja, but honestly, I wouldn't even want to put that £10 down. If I've got the £10 in my hand, I've got to pick between him and Jey. I'm like, it's only the Drew thing that's making me go, Because what's really interesting about this is it's face versus face. So either could win. Either could win to face Gunther, and I feel pretty good it's going to be Gunther. So either could win, and Gunther versus Jey will bang. Gunther versus Ilja will bang. It could be absolutely either. So it's very, very exciting. But as you said, maybe they save the real main course that this match can deliver for further down the road, which, as you could be right, could be SummerSlam. Actually, haven't even begun thinking about SummerSlam and what that's going to look like. People have asked me, what do you think about SummerSlam? And my answer has always been Cody, Rock, Roman, Seth. But it doesn't seem like things are going that way now, does it? It doesn't seem like we're heading in that direction because apparently Cody Rock is next year. It's going to be WrestleMania time, so I don't know that we're going to be getting it at SummerSlam. So then, of course, the obvious question is, well, what do we get at SummerSlam? And my answer to that is, I don't know. I don't know, because that was my answer. Cody Rock. Charlie said, would you ever come to Bristol? I would love it. I've been to Bristol. I went to Bristol years and years ago. There was a Banksy exhibition on. I didn't actually go for that, but there was a Banksy exhibition on at the time, and I just happened to be in Bristol, and I saw it from the outside. Like he had a couple of pieces that you could, if you looked in, you could sort of see inside the museum. You could see a piece from the outside. I think there was another piece that was outside. And of course, in Bristol, they've got Banksy's sort of dotted around. So I did see one of his older pieces that's been preserved. And just kind of went there for the day, really. I loved it. I mean, it's a brilliant place, and there's loads of great bars and whatever. I couldn't even tell you when this was. I mean, it's an easy 12 years ago, maybe even longer than that. So I have not been back since then, but since being to Florida, since being in America, I'm really interested now in looking to see what toy stores are out there. You might have seen the recent toy hunt that dropped on the channel on Saturday. That is, I think it's the best shop I've ever been in. I genuinely think it's the best toy shop I've ever been in. I mean, it was literally like 5 rows, and it was just dripping from wall to ceiling. One row was nothing but superheroes. The other row was cars, and it went into wrestling. On the other side was Simpsons. And then I think there was like Turtles and a bit of miscellaneous stuff, you know? Like Ren and Stimpy and Beavis and Buttheads and just random bits. I saw like something to do with Seinfeld. Then there was a whole row that was nothing but Star Wars. There was another row that was predominantly Star Trek, but it did have other bits in there, other cabinets with other things. Loads of comic books, loads of graphic novels. It was incredible. It was incredible. There was so much stuff. I didn't even attempt to, because normally I would like try and film other bits, but there was so much stuff. I was like, it's going to take me about 10 minutes at the very least to just show the wrestling stuff. And to be honest, it did. The video clocks in at 9 minutes, Summer, and I'm just looking at the wrestling section. I do show a little bit of the rest of the shop at the very end to give you a flavour as to what the shop was like. But if I was to show off everything that shop had, it'd be like 2 hours long. If we were to like really dig into everything, I mean, it was just absolutely incredible. As you walk in, it says millions of items above the door, right? And you kind of, as you go in, you go, yeah, sure. Sure, millions, yeah. And then you walk out and you're like, I think it's billions. I can't believe they underestimated how many items they had. I think there's billions in there. It was amazing, amazing. So I'm looking now going, is there anywhere like that in the UK? I doubt it. But there might be somewhere that's, I don't know. you know, a 10th as good, maybe a 5th as good. You know, that would still be amazing. But I don't think I'll ever find anywhere like that again. So, but yeah, if Bristol's got anywhere, let me know. I'd be very interested. Days, I DM'd Ric Flair to see that if he would come on the web, said William, for an interview, but I've not heard anything back yet. Well, we will be fair and balanced. So if he wants to have his say, then we will definitely allow that. So Ric Flair, the nature boy, imagine him on the web. Having a look at the Instagram pictures with us. The 25 Instagram photos of the week. Or listening to another horrific Triple T dating story. Imagine some of Ric Flair's dating stories. Oh my God. Woo! Probably couldn't be told. Tea Time said, would you ever come over to California? I can't wait for the next toy hunt. That last one made me want to go to Florida and check it out. Would I ever go? Yeah, I mean, I'm not really down on not going anywhere. The only thing is that obviously you saw the disruption it had on the channel. I mean, and I didn't even intend for that disruption. My goal very much was to go to Florida and to do unseens on a night time and put toy hunts up. Like, I was going to film for a few days, day off, put a toy hunt up. The problem is that, like, the weather and, like, it really takes it out of you. So even if you do have a day off, and I wasn't having, like, days off like I thought I was going to, it's very, very difficult to, like, sit down and, like, get it done in that kind of heat, you know? It's just, there's a lot of challenges whilst you're over there, so I quite quickly learned that it was just not going to go the way I wanted, in the sense of trying to juggle the channel and film. So in the end, I was like, no, forget this. We'll do the streams, I'll film, and I'll deal with it when I get home. And that's what we've done. So we got the first toy hunt up. The next one, maybe this weekend. Honestly, might be Sunday. I mean, we've got Tyson Fury's fight on Saturday. And then on Sunday, kind of a free day, I'm thinking that we could drop the next one. I mean, that I would say is the biggest toy shop I go to, right? But there are other toy shops that have different wrestling stuff, which might not be as big, but I think are, I don't want to say as impressive, but some of the toy sections, some of the figure sections, wrestling figure sections, you wouldn't believe. There's one shop I went into, the whole wall, like the whole wall was just loose figures in bags. Mattel, Jax, just, it was literally just like this whole wall of loose wrestling figures. I was just in awe. I'd never seen anything like it. And another video has got like a Hasbro in a box for like $1,000, $1,000. I think the most expensive item we saw in that last video was like $150. So this one is $1,000. So some of the stuff that I saw in America was, so some of the videos that are coming, I think, will be really good. And we haven't even done Walmarts and Targets and all that stuff yet, so all that's to come. So yeah, I think the next one may drop on Sunday, so they're coming thick and fast. Would I do California? Absolutely, but it's not on my agenda at the moment. I think certainly having just come back as well, and I've probably got a good 6-7 weeks worth of toy hunts to try and get on the channel. If we do one a week, then it'll be the next 6-7 weeks. So put them up, see how they do, and take it from there, really. But because I'm in the UK, I'm keeping an eye out for UK toy shops at the moment. If you do come to CA, Santa Ana has the largest toy store that I know of, and 75 is wrestling. Really? Santa Ana has the largest toy shop, and it's got like 75% wrestling. Damn, that's interesting. That's interesting. I honestly, I love it. I absolutely love it. Going to these places, digging in, looking at the wrestling stuff, seeing what we can find. I know it's not to everyone's taste. I know not everyone is into like figures and the merch side of stuff, but I've said before that I always have been. I think if you get into wrestling as a kid, it's just a natural progression for you to watch the show. And you I don't know, as a kid in particular, you can't just then turn that off, you know? You can't, as a kid, you can't watch something, love it, and then just move on with your day. Like, you want more of that feeling. You want more. You want to, do you know what I mean? This is where merch comes in. So the show might not be on, but then you can make your own matches with figures. You know, you can have the bedspreads. So you're still thinking of wrestling as you're falling asleep, and a clock and a beanbag and the brawling buddies. And do you know what I mean? This is where merch comes in. But then, of course, if you had that as a kid, as you get older, what you then get is the nostalgia for that. And so then you might have lost some of those items, whatever, and then you want to see what you can find. So I'm just very much caught in that world now, you know? I got into wrestling when I was a kid. I definitely had that kind of merch when I was a kid. And so now I'm just hooked and I'm in the whole nostalgia of it. So it's a sickness, but it's one that I'm happy to have. Right, superpower toys in Bishop's Auckland is great for wrestling figures, says Casper. This is really cool. I really like this. I really like the fact that we've got people going, yeah, I live here. This is a great place. We should probably do a post that I put up on the channel. I don't know why I've never thought of this before, but I could put a post on the channel. I'm going to write it down. I'm writing it down. I'm writing the word jobs list, which I've written about 20 times today alone, but I'll start a new one. So jobs list, do a post about wrestling merch stores. Doesn't have to be figures, but figures will obviously be the most likely. But I think wherever you live in the world, we've got a community that's all over the world. And we're very fortunate for that. So wherever you are in the world, if you know of any toy shops, they don't even need to be in your area, just toy shops that you know of, drop it on that post. I feel like I need to do it now because everyone will forget, and I'll forget I am doing it now. I am. Why even wait? Why even wait? I'm going to write feedback required. Feedback required. Do you know of any amazing wrestling merch stores? Ideally action figures, but can be anything. Wrestling related. Looking to get a bit of a list together. So I'll put this up on the community tab now, and you know, it's one of those that I think is really useful because people could go down that and go, oh, I don't live far from there. I didn't know that was there. And so you might actually be helping people this weekend. Like, you know, go to some places and helping these stores out. I mean, one thing I can tell you is that every store I went into was so lovely. They were just so lovely. But, you know, when you think about it, it's not really in their interest to be difficult or problematic. I mean, it's a real fight for survival, isn't it? We all know what retail is like. We all know what it's like in the real world since the internet came along. I mean, it really has just decimated comic book shops and decimated toy shops. Look at Toys R Us. You know, I mean, it's hard times. So these collectible places like that Acme store that I went to, their survival is not guaranteed. Far from it. Far from it. So I would say that if you know of any of these little places, you know, not so much your Smiths or your Walmarts, but those kind of more Acme superstores or those kind of toy stores, or, as I said, it doesn't have to be action figures, but any kind of wrestling merch. Then I think that if we could get that message out there and people could be aware of these places, that would be really good. And I would have a look at that list once, you know, we've had a few days of people answering. And it might then help me kind of plot a route out, like if I look for the UK stuff. But then if ever I go to California, or I go back to Florida, or I go to Texas, I could go down and pick out all of that. To my knowledge, there's no website or anything that has these places listed. And I think that's something I'd be really interested in if I was to start like a Wrestling Days website, which has crossed my mind. I don't know quite how I would use it, but I think one aspect would be that, and I think it'd be really useful to just have a list of like the current known great local toy shops, figure stores, wrestling merch stores. I think that'd be really cool. It'd be a good place, an interesting place to have a little look through if you was planning a visit. Boom, you know. Probably a bit of a nightmare to manage as stores open and stores close, but I think that it'd be a good starting point. Let's put it that way. And then maybe every year you just have to kind of refresh it and update it, whatever. But yeah, that would be really interesting. I love the fact that we've got this kind of platform and that we're using it for good. I feel like we're the good guys, you know. We're trying to help these smaller stores. We're trying to shine a spotlight on them, and you know, if the toy hunts can help do that, then fantastic as well. Brilliant. Because I don't know about you, but if I go to a new place, if I go to Florida, if I go to a different town, if I was to go to Bristol, right, a bar to have a drink, you know, you're going to easily find that. But I want those collectible stores. I want one of them to visit. I want a place like that I can go to and have a look around and maybe find a treasure, you know. To me, like entertainment stores, DVD stores, CD stores, I used to love going in them, and I still do, but they're dying out. All of that's dying out. Physical media we've spoke about recently, it's on its way out, and so you're finding that those DVD stores, CD stores are going, but so are your collectible stores. You know, everything's on eBay, everything's online, and they're dying out. So, sorry, state the British High Street in 2024. I don't know about like where you lot are, but here in the UK, the High Street used to be the absolute heart of a community, used to be the hub, and you could go down the High Street and, you know, you'd have all your shops and you'd bump into people you knew and people going about their weekends, whatever. Now it's just charity shops, coffee shops, empty units, phone shops, cheap repair shops for repairing your electrical stuff, clothes shops, the odd clothes shop, of course, and the odd sports store. But it's changed so much, man. It's changed so much. And it seems like it's only getting worse. I went to a shopping mall in America, and it was, they called it the town center of somewhere, but it was a shopping mall. It's quite funny, actually. In America, you've got these towns that I think get built, and then they just kind of, you know, appear out of nowhere because they just need more homes. So they build this whole town, and the town center, it's not like an old town center that people have been going to for hundreds of years like you might find here in the UK. It's just a shopping mall that's been constructed, and they call it the town center. And you get that quite a bit. I found that quite a bit in Florida, where I was going to such and such town center, and it turned out to be a shopping mall. And so I went to a few of them, and yeah, there's a good chunk of them that are dying, man. I went to a few of them, and like there was no one around, empty unit after empty unit, and you could just tell that it had hit hard times, you know. You have got a lot of shops in America, though, certainly in Florida. I mean, I've never known how that you've been able to maintain all those shops. So it's not a massive surprise to see that a good chunk of them now are, like, you know, struggling a bit. But want to make sure that the good ones survive. I recently bought some WWE DVDs from HMV because they were all in a discount bin, and there's no more to be sold. Yeah, well, they've stopped, haven't they? So this was a few months back. The sale might still be on. That they are clearing it all out because there's no more WWE home video, no more of that kind of department. There are no DVDs to be made anymore. It's done. It's over. It's all online now. The physical, you know, the magazines have gone. Even Kids Magazine has stopped now. So there's no WWE magazine. That stopped ages ago. The only thing that was running here in the UK was Kids Magazine. We obviously had a relationship with those guys. That's now stopped. And obviously they were still doing DVDs, but not as many. And a lot of them were just for like WrestleMania, whatever. All that stopped now. No more of them. So they were selling off the old stock, and yeah, I mean, what do we end up with? What do we do of a weekend now? don't know. I don't know what I'm meant to do. Large part of my life has been going to towns or whatever, cities, going to a CD store or a DVD store, having a good look in there, and trying to go to like some sort of a collectible store and seeing what they have. Like, that's been a large part of it. And then going to the pub and having a good few drinks, jumping back on a train, coming back home. I've done that loads in my life, and it's all going away. The world's moving on, and it's moving on without me. Charles said, good day, sir. How long before Solo turns on Heyman? You are the GOAT. Charles, shout out to you, my friends. How long till Solo turns on Heyman? I think the answer to that is, when is Roman coming back? Because I think they could turn on him just before Roman comes back, and that brings Roman back. Or it could be a case that Roman comes back and they all try to get along, and they all try to pretend that Roman's the tribal chief, but they know he's not really. I really think The Rock is the tribal chief now, and they could all just sort of pretend it's let Roman think that it's him, and so they can all like fall in line, but there'll be these little looks kind of like as he's talking, and they're not really taking him seriously anymore, and you can tell the dynamic has changed. And so then they could end up turning on him, and The Rock could come back, and it could be this massive reveal. So it depends when they're going to show their hand. Do they show it before, which brings Roman back? Or do they show their hand after Roman's returned, and they play along with it for a bit? And we're watching going, is it this week? Is it now? Are they turning on him now? Is it now? And we're just waiting, and we know it's coming, but they're making us wait. I kind of like that second option, to be honest. I think the first one is boom, they turn on Heyman, Roman announces he'll be coming back as a result, and like you'll be excited for that week. But I think the other way, with all the I think the little looks are so important. If you think about the Bloodline and how slow things were, and it was slow, it was all a slow burn. There was these little looks backstage, and we would talk about them and read into them and what's going on here and what does that mean. I think that's part of the beauty of the Bloodline, is that it's took its time, and it's allowed stories to naturally develop and grow. And I think we're in an interesting place with the Bloodline. It's not my favorite place that we've been with the Bloodline, because we don't tend to hear much out of Tama Tonga or Tongaloa. So really it's just Solo and Heyman that are doing a lot of the heavy lifting at the moment. And we maybe don't have the comedy of Sami or Jimmy. Jimmy was quite funny. Obviously, Jey, Corpse those are such fun personalities that they are very much absent right now. So I like what we're doing with the Bloodline. I'm a bit worried about the lack of charisma, personality that's around at the moment. I don't think Tama Tonga Tongaloa have really brought much in these early stages in that regard. I think they're badasses and they look cool, but we're not seeing them laughing and joking around. And we were getting a lot of that when it was Jimmy, Jey, and Sami. That's my favourite period. But I think the story at the moment is quite interesting. I think, like, who's the tribal chief? And as you said, when are they turning on Paul? It feels like it's going to happen. There's already been a few little looks. So it's just a case of, as you said, when? Can't really answer it, because it really depends on the story that they want to tell. You could say that it'll be relatively soon, and that'll bring Roman back for SummerSlam, But are we going to turn Roman face that quickly, or are we going to kick the can a bit further down the road? Does he come back as a face, or does he come back as a heel? I mean, he could come back as a heel and then be attacked and realize that things have moved on whilst he was away, and you could tell that story, or you just bring him back as a face. It would be cool, him coming back as a face and like, oh my god, here's Roman. But you'll get that the other way as well. If Roman comes back as a heel, thinks he's still in charge, and is then turned on, how do you think everyone's going to feel when he finally arrives after being turned on? It's going to be the exact same feeling, isn't it? So for me, I think I would favor that second one. I think I would bring him back as a heel, do that kind of slow burn, have him be turned on, keep him off TV for a little bit, not long, a few weeks, and then bring him back as a face and the place go crazy. Like, I think that would be really, really cool. So I don't see it being any time soon is my answer. I don't think it's like this week, next week, or the week after. We're talking months and months and months, I think. Brony said, in order for Roman to finally become over as a face, this Tribal Chief heel run was very much needed. Now, if he turns face, I'm sure the crowd will cheer for him. They're consistently chanting, "We want Roman." That is true. They are consistently chanting that. And I think that we spoke about this before. People said, I can't believe that people were down on Roman and now they're cheering and chanting for him. And the point we made was, well, there's always been a respect for Roman. Roman is, Roman looks like Roman looks. He's big, he's tall, he's a good looking guy, he's shredded, he's got clear star power. He's Roman Reigns. He's one of the most highly decorated superstars we've ever had. I mean, what an achievement, that title reign that he just had. I mean, people respect that, but I said before, on the surface level, if he's not around as much as you would want, right, and he is like healing it up, then your reaction is going to be different to him. But once he goes away and you're not seeing him and you are missing his presence, and he potentially is going to come back as a face and you're hoping to see him a little bit more than before, then, that surface, that deeper respect comes up to the surface, doesn't it? So I don't think that there's ever a problem with Roman in regards to people hating him or anything like that. I think there was, but I think you're absolutely right. We turned him heel. We just did one of the greatest title reigns I've ever seen, and as a result, the respect well is overfloweth. And I think people do want Roman to come back because they know big things happen when he's around. And he's a big star in his own right these days. Where do you put him, though? I mean, it feels like he has to be in that top level now, doesn't it? He is the face of this era. He is this era's Hogan and Stone Cold, and it's been a very successful era. So, by those parameters, it feels like he has to go in the top. Does the fact that he wasn't around as much kind of hurt him? I don't know. I mean, Hogan wasn't on TV week in, week out, was he? Hogan was not on TV all that much, actually. He was, they would talk about him and show a bit clips of him, whatever, but they wanted you to buy house show tickets to see Hogan. They weren't giving away all of his matches on TV. So, I don't know. I mean, that was not a problem with Hogan. It's just that as, things changed. And so now there's a different expectation, really, that champion should be around a lot more than what Roman was. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know where you put him. He's another tricky one. I think, to be fair to him, he has to go top level now, but I don't know how good I feel about putting him above Brett and Shawn, to be honest. I don't know how great I feel about that. But star power-wise, he is the face of this generation, isn't he? He is the face of this generation, this era, which maybe now he's slowly starting to get replaced. Perhaps Cody is going to go on to be the face of this next era, but what we've just done has been, that's been Roman Reigns' time. Daniel said, that's what we call before Raw if they had a TV behind and we watch wrestling that way. John Fury headbutted one of Usyk's team, said he did, didn't he? I'm a warrior. Oh, I love him. He loves Saudi. I love him. He loves Saudi, and he loves headbutting people. So, did you see that? He got carried away, didn't he? So they were all chanting for Usyk. He was chanting for Fury. They started, macho, getting in each other's faces, whatever. And he will never back down in that situation. He will never back down. But this is why people love him. because he wears his heart on his sleeve, and he just, do you know what I mean? He just creates problems out of nothing, doesn't he? These minor situations become major situations when John Fury's around. So I did watch it. I definitely felt that he massively went too far. You know, he didn't need to be shoving his head in people's heads and all that kind of stuff, but I just can't help but watch him and be entertained. He's an entertainer, isn't he? So, Big John doing Big John things. And that fight is this weekend. And, you know, you're talking about maybe the biggest fight of the year. Maybe the biggest fight of this generation. I mean, it is the two heavyweight champions going up against each other to unify that division. It's the fight we've been waiting for a long, long time. And we will be doing it on the channel. I don't know when it starts, but we'll be all over it. We'll be doing the undercard. We'll be starting hours and hours and hours before. So that's this Saturday. So we'll be doing that. Looking forward to it. Really looking forward to it. I really don't know which way it goes, to be honest. What's this about Cash Wheeler? Cash Wheeler's trial for a charge of aggravated assault has now been cancelled. The prosecution has opted to abandon the case, and the case is now officially closed. Wheeler can move forward without any additional worry about legal issues. Okay, well, that's a big update. So that's big. So obviously he had a firearm, didn't he? That he aggravated assault with a firearm. And it was at times not looking brilliant for him. But apparently that case has now been cancelled. Prosecution have decided to not go any further. And that's that. So that's big news for him. That's big news for Cash Wheeler. Right, Tom said, I go to the local flea market near me. I found tons of new in packaging stuff. Really? What's the flea market called? I even found WCW and ECW stuff before the merger with WWE. I found it for pennies to the dollar. Mate. Have you found anything there recently? Have you found anything there recently? I'd be interested to know. I think the best thing I ever found was Hasbro's carded in a pound shop for £1 each. And I did buy a couple. And obviously now you look at the prices of Hasbro's on card and I mean, this must have been, I want to say this was about 98. I mean, it was years after Hasbro had stopped making figures for WWE. I think they stopped like 94, 95. And a couple of years after that, these, in Poundland in Birmingham, these Hasbro's were just in this pound shop. It must have been like some stock or a container or something that just got found, right? Someone opened a door somewhere and went, oh my God, do you remember these? Let's get rid of them. And Poundland bought them and just sold them through. And I remember buying a couple and they were all mint. They were all perfect. And they were £1 each. I reckon each one of them now, easy 30x, 40x, 50x. You could get 30, 40, 50 quid for each one now. And I saw them for £1. And there wasn't like a whole wall of them. There was a display of them. I mean, I reckon there was probably an easy 50 that they had as a rough number. Probably about that. So you kind of look at that and go, I could have spent £50 and the return would have been thousands. But you can't think that way, can you? You can't think that way. I mean, I think we've all seen stuff from our youth and seen how crazy. I mean, a first iPhone. Have you seen those first iPhones that are still boxed that go for like, because it's the iPhone and it's so like tech history. If you got an iPhone still sealed in the box, the amount of money that goes for now, it's crazy, isn't it? It's crazy. It's you just never know. I mean, you really do have to think about this now, because I think there's a lesson being learnt here that like all this stuff is really increasing in value, and you know, you need to look after it. because when it does come time to sell it, obviously you're going to want to get the best return that you can. I never subscribed to that. I mean, I've got all my figures out of boxes, and I couldn't have took less care if I tried. I mean, I've chucked my figures around and done everything. I'm telling you, don't make the same mistakes I made, right? Look after your stuff, because you'll get good return for them. But Tom, that's amazing. I love that flea market story. That reminds me of, as I said, that pound shop story I've got about Birmingham. But that's the only one that I can really think of, to be honest. I did go, there was a shop that opened in Stourbridge that used to sell carded Hasbros, but they were selling them £25 each. Even that now, though, if I was to go back and pick out a certain few that I know have gone up in value, even that I look back on now and go, oh, I probably could have done something with that as well. But not as big an opportunity as that pound shop one. Brony said, I hope they don't announce Roman's return. I just want it to be genuinely surprised when he comes back. I like the SummerSlam 2020 when he returned. No one expected that. Such a shame in it, though, that there was no like crowd around for that. It was cool and everything, but to do that during the pandemic like period is it's a bit of a shame. Sonny said, come and join Daisy's Discord server. Yes! Sonny, shout out to you. Sonny really driving that for the community. That is very much a space that I'm looking to... it's very much a space that I'm looking to try and promote, if you will. I think that we've got, and I said it on a members stream, and I said it on the stream the other day, I think we've got a fantastic community, and I think the value of this community can be lost sometimes, in the sense of, even before we go live, I see so many of you chatting in the chat. I think there's people here that genuinely love chatting to other people in this community, and I think there is a real sense of, how's it going? How's your weekend been? And people catching up with other people in the community. And so I think for there to be a space for people to jump in and then meet other people in the community, I think that's something which I have not put enough value on. So we have had the Discords, and it has been up for a good few years now, but we have really not promoted it, done anything with it. I think part of the problem is that I always feel guilty that I don't get chance to jump in there that much. And so for me, I don't want to tell people that we've got a Discord and they expect I'm going to be in there all the time. I'm rarely in there. But I think what I've come to realize is that it's not all about me. I've come to realize that I was being too selfish. And actually, there's a hell of a lot of value about the community, just chatting with the community. So definitely want to make sure that's on the agenda going forward. So Sonny doing an incredible job. Do you know what, Sonny? I'm going to pin that message. But Sonny doing an incredible job of driving that and promoting that and making it an engaging place. What I would say is if you've got any ideas as to how to make it even better, or things you would like to see in there, or things that you think would make it worth visiting, or something that would bring real value. Like, we want it to be a place people want to hang out. We want it to be a place where people want to share their thoughts. I would say if you've got any suggestions like that, hit up Sonny. Sonny is definitely the driving force behind that Discord, and she's killing it, man, doing a great job. Hence, I didn't mention it, but Sonny did. Right, so I've pinned that, Sonny, so appreciate it. Big Time said, Days, PW Insider have confirmed Dragunov Jey as the main event. I'm looking forward to that match, but that's how you sell people on 3 hours. Everything seems throwaway. Is that throwaway? I mean, it's a tournament, and they've both had to win to get through to that next round. Are you saying that because they didn't promote it in advance, that it's not, you know, big enough, or they've not made a big enough deal out of it? To be honest with you, I would imagine WWE are probably looking at that match thinking that people don't quite know Dragunov, and we're still building him. So if people are tuning in tonight, they're tuning in for, say, Drew, Punk, Judgment Day, Becky, maybe Liv. She is the top female merch seller. People are tuning in for that, not so much the Jey Dragunov match, but Jey Dragunov is gonna bang. Jey is a big star, even if Dragunov isn't on people's radar at the moment. Maybe I'm sure he will get on their radar. So they're probably thinking we don't really need to shout about it because Dragunov's just not got that star power at the moment. Jey does, but people know Jey will be on this show. It's difficult, isn't it? Because I think what really sells shows is intrigue and mystery. And I think, like, you've got a match here that you could promote as, can Jey progress? Can he get through to the next stage? What we've not heard is Jey talking about how much King of the Ring means to him. We still don't know about what the prize for King of the Ring is. You know, I'm not aware that it's going to be a title opportunity, but there are rumors that it will be. But that's not even been announced. That's not even been announced. So what's the prize for this? That you're just king and queen? Well, that's not meant anything before, has it? What does that matter? We've seen King Corbin and Queen Zelina. What does that matter? It doesn't matter. It doesn't really mean anything. So I would say that it's not so much the main event not being promoted that's the problem. I think it's the fact that this tournament matters, and can Jey win it? Can he win this match? Can he go on to be King of the Ring? Because if he does, he gets a title opportunity. And why does he want that title opportunity? Although saying that, he's just had a title opportunity and he fell short. So, you know, they're in a bit of a rock and a hard place. It's hard to kind of get people excited for Jey going for a title when he just went for a title. But you've got, I think they need more on that side, definitely. They need that, like, rather than just going, here's a match, we think you'll like it, and it's in a tournament, right? I think they need to really build up that you need to tune in for this reason. Like, it matters because it's going to hopefully lead to this for this person, or it might lead to this for this person. And really get that intrigue built, you know? I actually think that their social media clearly does a good job. Because you look at their social media and you look at the numbers, and it's very hard to criticize. But actually, if you are a fan, there is a lot of stuff they do wrong on social media. A lot of stuff they do wrong. For example, I don't think you can find the current brackets for King and Queen of the Ring. King and Queen of the Ring is a massive focus tonight. We've got 4 matches based on King and Queen of the Ring. When I looked earlier, I could not find an updated bracket. Why? Why can't I find an updated bracket? Why, going into Raw, can I not see for myself where we are with this tournament? Surely that should be, like, absolutely crystal clear. I should easily be able to find that. I went onto their website. I couldn't even find news as to who had won at those live events. I couldn't find any information on their website, on their homepage, telling me as to who had won this past weekend. If LA Knight had won or if Kofi had won. I couldn't find any of that. I couldn't find that information. There seems to be, I think, because you're having to deal with so much stuff, so many deadlines, so many superstars, so much communication, I think that there's some big things that their social media are missing out. And then that's not without even getting into them asking and talking to superstars. You know, you could chat to superstars before Raw to kind of get their perspective as to what it is they're looking to achieve tonight. That might build up some interest and get people to tune in to see if they can achieve what they want to achieve on the show. I think there's big missed opportunities with their social media, but that's their social media team's problem, not mine. And it's hard to criticize when they're getting the numbers they're getting, but I think the truth with WWE is they're going to get good numbers as long as they just put out content, really. Because they're so big, they're such a big brand that they can just put out matches, clips and stuff like that, and people will subscribe. But if you go looking for specific information, specific things, sometimes you just can't find it. Sometimes it's just not there. And that's a bit frustrating. Split leg moonsault by Naomi. They're just showing this Naomi and Nia Jax match from SmackDown, which I really enjoyed, actually. I thought it was good. And I'd like to see a feud between these two. So we've just got that on. We've got 36 minutes to go. Brony said, I know that Jey is super over. I might get distracted by this. I did enjoy it. I feel like Naomi and Nia are obviously both Bloodline, but I feel like they're both at that same level. I said this in my review. I think they're both just that kind of mid-card, upper mid-card. Like, they can both go and compete for world titles, but they're both going to probably lose. But they could both be in the running for a women's intercontinental. And so it's nice to see them both battling and not quite knowing who's going to get the better of it. You could make an argument for Naomi winning a feud against Nia, but you could make an argument for Nia winning that feud as well. I think they're so aligned, so both quite close with each other that it makes for a very interesting feud. So I would like to see them flesh that out. And certainly if we could dig into the Bloodline connection as well, I think that would be great. But it might have just been for this this opening Queen of the Ring. Right, I was getting distracted. Brony said, I know Jey is super over right now, but if he got back with Jimmy, I think they'd be very over as well. Jey can still do the yeet stuff and the hand thing for his entrance, and Jimmy can do it as well. Tom said, Flea Market is in English Town, English Town. I need to go to English Town. What? English Town? Let's go. Full of chavs. I got WWE Hall of Champions Shawn Michaels versus Bret Hart 2-pack figure set, which sells for $100, and I got it for $45. Very good. Do you know, I didn't go to any flea markets in Florida. I don't necessarily regret it, because the problem with flea markets is they're obviously quite hit and miss. I mean, if you know of a flea market where there's going to be a WWE figure seller, that's different. But I went in 2018 to a lot of flea markets and I couldn't find any WWE action figure sellers. There was some people that sold toys and they had some pop vinyls, but I didn't come across like a toy stall that was just dripping with figures, and then I found a load of old wrestling. I never found that last time, and I may not have found it this time. I don't know. It's a bit of a gamble in it to park the car, get out. The thing with the shop is you run in, you go to the section, you see what they got, you back out again. Flea market, you can't do that. You've got to go around the whole flea market. So when you're doing flea markets, you're giving up hours at a time with no, guarantee of a return. So flea markets are kind of bopped on the head. But if anyone knows of any really good wrestling merch, wrestling action figure flea markets in their area where you go and consistently there is a stall that are selling that stuff, let us know. Pop that in that community post, because that's interesting. Because I've been in a lot of flea markets where there isn't anything, and if it's a lovely day, you don't mind. But I suppose it's one of them, isn't it? It's like in the UK, I've been to loads of car boot sales where they don't have any wrestling stuff. Loads of car boot sales, which is what we do here. I don't think you do them so much in America. You really should. I mean, I don't know why you don't do them, but you really should. As we've said before, it's just cars that go to a field. Cars that go to a field, open up their boot, get out a table, a pasting table if you're doing, say, wallpaper pasting. Pull that out, chuck a load of stuff on. Everything's like 50p, a pound, £2, whatever. People just walk up and down the rows and have a look on the tables. And, if there's some little treasure, then obviously they'll haggle on the price, whatever. But normally, you spend 10 quid, you can come away with like a bag full of stuff. And I grew up with those. I mean, that is very much where I used to get like videotapes from when I was a kid, where I got old Hasbros, old LJNs. Do you know, I'm sure as a kid, there were so many LJNs that I didn't even know who the wrestlers were, because I was a kid, right? I mean, I was still learning all that stuff. So I've no doubt that at car boots, I was just walking past LJN figures, just not even acknowledging them. Wouldn't even know they were wrestling, really, unless it was like Hulk Hogan or a big star. But yeah, that's a shame. I'd love to go back. I wish I could go back in time to the car boots I went to as a kid to see what I was missing. That would be cool. That would be really cool. If I could get a time machine, that's what I'd do. Go back in time to when I was a kid going to car boot sales. But I feel like flea markets are the Florida equivalent of those. So I suppose you never quite know what's going to be there. But yeah, a bit more of a gamble, aren't they? Brody said, I'm still not sold on Priest as world champion. His promos have been weak, and I'm not sure if it was smart to pull the trigger on him at Mania. I think Drew beats him at Clash at the Castle. Well, I suppose in a way this is a final audition. I mean, he's got the belts, but really now it's a case of looking at him and seeing how he carries himself, seeing what his promos like, seeing what his matches are like. This is your time. If you're going to succeed and you're going to do great promos and put on great matches, then, all right, you might still lose the belt soon, but we will look to put it back on you. If this is going to bomb, then of course there's going to be real hesitation about putting the belt back on him in the future. I really hope it works for him. I mean, I was very reluctant. I said I didn't think he would successfully cash in, and I don't regret saying that. I still stand by that, because I was not sold that he was the person to become a world champion. And so far I can't say that I've seen anything that's changed my mind. But it doesn't mean that I don't want it to work for him. I want him to succeed. You know, they're hoping to make him that next big Latin America star. You know, he's from Puerto Rico. They see him as being a big representative of that region, and they want it to work. They want him to be that guy. And so they've pulled the trigger. You know, they put the briefcase on him. They've pulled the trigger, and they're really hoping that they can get somewhere with this run. So everyone wants it to work. Everyone wants it to succeed. But I don't think it's unfair to say that he's, you know, there's question marks. It's not like, you know, if Ospreay came over to WWE and Ospreay was given the title, I mean, you'd have no second thoughts, would you? I mean, the guy's putting on some of the greatest matches of this era. You know, his promo style is his promo style. You're not really going to change that now, bruv. But he is someone that brings a lot of credibility. You don't even second guess with someone like Will Ospreay. But with Damian Priest, I do find myself looking at him going, I can see the look. I can hear the voice. I know why they're doing it, but it still hasn't clicked. It's still not clicked. It may click soon, and I hope it does. I hope it does. But for me, it's still not quite clicked. Maybe it never does. Maybe it does. Maybe it never does. But I think that they've pulled the trigger. I think it helps them with the Drew CM Punk story. I think it helps them really elevate Damian Priest. So you can see that there's a lot of wins by doing it. But it's just, is it going to click? Is it going to work? And so far, I'd say it's certainly not been a disaster. You know, it's not been a disaster. But I agree that it does feel like something is missing. Wrestling Andy said, Days, do Toy think we'll get a new opponent for Damian announced tonight? Do you think we'll get a new opponent announced tonight? I don't know if we'll get one announced tonight or how they're going to go about finding a new opponent for him. But I would imagine that he will defend that title at King and Queen of the Ring. So we need to start working on that. So yeah, I've got to think that we will take some steps. I can't say that there'll be a new opponent announced. It might be that next week we do a Fatal 4-Way and find a number one contender. We'll do something along those lines. I mean, we have just come out and announced Cody's opponent. So if I was Triple H, I would be a bit reluctant to do the same for Damian. I think I'd want to try and find, even if it was just a Fatal 4-Way, and see if I could establish a number one contender that way. But do something on the show to try and figure out who's the number one contender. Because there's already a criticism that Logan hasn't earned it. I don't know that we need that criticism labelled or aimed at Damian's opponent as well. Days, do we think that Cody versus Rock at WrestleMania for the championship? That's the rumor, yeah. I mean, I didn't. I thought it would be SummerSlam. I think that you can get by till SummerSlam. SummerSlam is still the summer, biggest party of the summer. So if you think about the build towards that, then you're doing some fun stuff this summer. I mean, I must admit, I had a little think earlier about, right, it's summertime, And I really want to make sure that I do something this summer, personally, because if I think back to like 2005, 2006, 2012, I mean, 2012 in the summer, I went to the Olympics and it was expensive, but it was a once in a lifetime opportunity. That was 12 years ago now, which is mind blowing, but it was incredible. I mean, I went to the London 2012 Olympics. So I got into the stadium. I watched one of the morning sessions for athletics. And I saw some hockey and a bit of boxing and a bit of basketball. They were all rubbish countries, right? None of them were like the greats. It was all like Korea versus China and stuff like this, right? So, but you didn't care. It didn't matter. It wasn't so much about what I was watching. It was the fact I was watching. I was there. I was at the Olympics. I was in amongst it. I could hear the conversations people were having. I could see the stadiums. I was part of that buzz, I was quite happy with whatever I got, and I loved it. But I would say for the past few years now, my summers have just been me sat here chatting with you guys, and that is obviously still going to happen. But if I can find a way of getting out a little bit more to do some toy hunts and maybe go to some of those collectible stores, I definitely want to see if I can try and do that. I would love to try and get out there this summer a little more. Nothing crazy. It's not like I'm going to go missing for 3 months. I won't miss any streams, but if you think about it, on a Wednesday and a Thursday now, we don't do AEW, and there's nothing on a Thursday. So I could get out there on those days to get to some toy shops and pop to a few different places. So it is more on my agenda now, and I would like to enjoy this summer and have a good summer, And I'm looking forward to the Euros. England are playing in the Euros as well. That's a big European tournament. We actually watched them last time. We did the whole tournament on our second channel. Well, it's come back around again. It's been 3 years since the last Euros. So England, I think we're in Germany. England are going to see if they can win that. They got to the final last time, lost to Italy. It's 3 years since, and it's come back around again. So yeah, I'm definitely looking at what can I do over the summer that's going to be memorable rather than just sitting here. See if I can get out there a bit more. And it would be really cool if WWE were thinking that way rather than just getting through, right? Which is now the concern, really. I hope they've got that same mentality of, wait, what can we do this summer that's going to be really exciting? What can we do that we can look back on at the end of the year and be really proud that we did that over the summer, I think that there's a big opportunity. This is why I was so excited for Cody Rock at SummerSlam. Because I really thought if we do that, imagine the build, be like WrestleMania again, Mama Rhodes and all that. I mean, you look back on that build to WrestleMania, and I know that we were critical a bit of chunks at time, not down on it, but just like, oh, I would have done this, or that would have been better, or this would have been good. But you look back on it now, and certainly that one episode where, he's in the rain and he's like Mama Rhodes and he's got the belt and everything. You look back on that and it's one of the best periods, one of the best segments from the past, well, from this era. I mean, really, it stands up there with anything. That show was so highly rated by the community because you also had the CM Punk Drew McIntyre back and forth on that same episode. And then it ended with Cody and Rock in the rain. And you look back on even just that one episode and you go, man, that was amazing. That was amazing. The build to WrestleMania might not have been as mind-blowing as maybe what we thought it could have been, but because I think we just wanted a little bit more of that stuff. Just another episode like that. We got that episode, and then we got a few other little bits, but yeah, I mean, I would take that again for SummerSlam. Can we get another episode like that for SummerSlam? But now, if we're not doing Cody Rock, it starts to look like, well, maybe we can't. Maybe we can't. Maybe we're not going to get something like that now, Maybe not. Maybe it's going to be a case that we have got to just accept that it's not going to be the same buzz as WrestleMania. I mean, I'm sure we'll still get Cody against someone decent. I mean, maybe Roman. Perhaps he tries to win the belt back. Maybe he tries to win the belt back, and when he fails, that's when the Bloodline turn on him. That'd be pretty good. That'd be pretty fun. Cody Roman rematch. Roman tries to get the belt back, fails, and the Bloodline snap, turn on him, and off we go then to the Roman and Rock feud. The only problem with that is, when are you going to do it? When are you going to do Rock versus Roman? I mean, Rock's just never around, so when do you do that match? You could still do Bloodline at Survivor Series, though, and if you want to plant the seed for that at SummerSlam, you can do it. I really hope we get something. I really hope this summer is going to be a great summer for everyone, you know? I don't know why, I feel like maybe like the pandemic and everything, when we couldn't go out, I haven't really done anything since then. Like, well, of course, go to Florida. But, I mean, I haven't really, like, ventured out really since then. And so I'd like to do some of this year. And as I said, I hope that WWE have kind of got that same mentality of, let's really push it. Let's really do something. Let's really make a mark, you know? I hope so. Mitchell, hello, my friend. Shout out to you. Mitchell said, announcing the plan, Cody Rock at Mania, it just bothers me because it means that every match that Cody has before then, he's gonna win. Well, yes, that's true. But as Wrestle with Andy said, maybe you do the Randy match at SummerSlam, which I think is another great shout. I mean, the build for that would be good if you had Randy turn heel, and then, you know, does Randy beat Cody to become a 15-time world champion? Because we are, you know, we know we're running out of time with Randy. And is he going to end on 14, or do we give him, you know, some more runs? Does he have 2 more world title runs? One of them could be relatively short, where he beats Cody and then drops it back to Cody at, say, Survivor Series. So one of them could be for like 4 months. Something like that. I mean, I think that Survivor Series is like, is it August? And then SummerSlam's August. Survivor Series is November. So it wouldn't be the longest run, but it would give him another world title run. And it would mean that Cody becomes the hunter again rather than the hunted. And then Cody can get it back and then go on to face The Rock, which I think is a great shout from Wrestle with Andy. And I would be down for that. I wouldn't have a problem with that. I know that some people would be like, oh, he's just won the belt. We're really going to take it off him now. But I think that Roman title reign was very special. I don't think we need to look to replicate that by having Cody now go 2 years. I think, for me, just each story tells itself, you know. A heel Randy Orton is a very dangerous thing. That RKO can strike out of nowhere. And so it's very feasible that he could beat Cody. I don't think anyone would look at that and say that that was a foregone conclusion. It's just, as you say, because we know that Rock Cody is going to be next year. We know that it's going to be title versus title. That was the report. Well, then Cody's going to get his belt back in here, or Cody's going to have that belt. But does he lose it for a short period? Probably not. Probably not. But I would say it's not impossible. So I agree. It's a shame that it came out. I mean, WWE, I don't know. I don't know what they can do to stop these leaks. I mean, it's such a big organization. There's so much chatter. There's so much talk. I mean, that might be just one idea that's on the table. There could be like 5 other things. So that might have come out, but it might not quite be the direction we're even going in. We just haven't heard the other stuff. You know, what other stuff is being worked on that doesn't leak out? So it's very difficult. I mean, how are you going to stop everything from leaking? Because that's what you'd have to do. You'd have to stop everything. Because they might already be stopping 95%, but it's the stuff that comes out that is the other 5%. It'd be good if they could stop, you know? But then saying that, even if they stop 100%, are you going to just have people making stuff up then? Saying that it's leaked. What if that's not even true? What if that's not even true and that's not even been discussed, but we just think it's true because we've been told it's true? Oh, it's a bit of it messes with your head, doesn't it? It messes with your head. I would say don't worry about it. Let's play, let's keep chugging along and just taking it a step at a time. I think for me, he gets past Logan. I don't feel like there's any danger with Logan. It's not an opponent that I'm a fan of. But one of the things that's been brilliant about doing the opinion videos is that I really get the feedback from the community. And I got to tell you, there's people in our community that are really into that match, that are really on board with that match, that really don't mind Logan versus Cody, and that's fine. I mean, you've got to remember there are people of all ages and people that have only started watching wrestling like 6 months ago, or people that have been watching for 40 years. I mean, our community is so varied that you've got all these different opinions, different perspectives, which I think is a real good thing. The only thing that I've ever asked for is honesty. Just honesty. If you honestly think that something's going to go a certain way, then let us know. If you honestly don't like someone, then yeah, you can let us know. If you honestly like someone, then yeah, you can let us know. Just as long as people are being honest, that's all. Because I think we've got such a vibrant community that you do get a lot of varied, honest opinion. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see as to how it all shakes out. Jake Campbell, shout out to you, said, I think WWE are banking on Wyatt 6 for the summer. Well, yeah, that's a good point. I mean, Wyatt 6, they'll debut at the end of May. The only thing I would say is, did the Uncle Howdy Bray stuff work? Because being someone that was here for it during the end of 2022, early 2023... I can tell you that there was a lot of frustration at that time that they weren't having him wrestle. There was a lot, I'm not lying, you can go back into old streams and you'll see for yourself a lot of comments of people saying, yeah, this is cool and all, but when is he going to have a match? And so there was frustration that he wasn't getting to that match quicker. I think there was also a bit of frustration that, we never quite got the answer as to what Howdy was. What's that relationship, It was kind of like... And I was critical, in all fairness, of that aspect. The fact that Bray didn't want anything to do with Howdy. He had come back and he was vulnerable. And do you remember that whole revel in what you are? Howdy sort of tried to remind Bray as to who he is, right? And Bray just didn't want to know, wasn't interested. He was like, I think I know who you are and I know what you're trying to do, but it won't work this time. And he was trying to resist Howdy, and it was kind of engaging. It was kind of interesting. But I think as the story went on, Howdy ended up appearing in person. I think he hit one Sister Abigail on Bray, and that was it. Bray was back. He remembered who he was again. Which I think from a story point of view is not the most satisfying. To have him resist and resist and resist. And then it took one Sister Abigail, and that was it. He remembered who he was, and then he was back with him. And then, of course, we turn our attention to build into the Pitch Black match. That was not well received. We can try and rewrite history all we want, but the Pitch Black match was not well received, and that turned out to be his last match that we saw. And obviously, then we built towards WrestleMania. He fell ill. Blah 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 blah. So I would say that there was some frustration. There was a lot of enjoyment as well, though. Let's not paint a picture of it all being doom and gloom, because that's not right. There was definitely enjoyment after White Rabbit. White Rabbit was such a success. But then after White Rabbit, I think we were watching and talking and evaluating what Bray was doing and where things were going. And as we said, there's a couple of things in there that I wasn't too keen on. I think they could have been told better. But again, you don't know who's interfering. You don't know what's going on behind the scenes. At that point, I believe that Vince was still getting involved, but I don't know if he was getting involved in the Bray stuff. But, we heard Stephanie say that this was the start of a new era. This was the first kind of WrestleMania that was all just done by Triple H. So we know that 39 and all that stuff before that point still had Vince's influence. But WrestleMania 40 was just 100% pure Triple H. And this is the start of the new era now. So it does make you wonder what was happening at that time. You know, was there a few too many cooks still? Was there still a few too many people around, a few too many voices around? Or was this gonna all get revealed? You know, was some of the stuff that was happening that maybe didn't feel quite right, was that going to be revealed later on? We just don't know, do we? It's very hard to judge because we never got the full picture, because obviously Bray passed away. So what I would say is, if they are hoping that the Wyatt 6 is going to be the big focus this summer, the big story this summer, which I completely agree, I've got to think they are, you are correct. Or at least one of the big focuses. I hope that it's a bit snappier. I hope that it's a bit of a stronger story. And I hope that everyone really kind of understands the mission. And I think they will. But, like, you could tell that the Retribution guys struggled with what they were doing. They really struggled to kind of elevate those characters, because those characters in Retribution were pretty much dead on arrival. And obviously we don't know what these new characters are, and we don't know what they look like. And I'm sure everyone is going to buy into whatever they are. But I hope that we don't get another, like, Retribution situation where it sort of slowly falls apart, you know? There is concern about this Wyatt 6 thing. I know that a lot of people in our community are really excited by it, and I'm excited by it. Love the Funhouse, love the Wyatt family, right? Love, like, you know, what we was doing with the Fiend debuting, and, you know, I don't know that anyone was more excited than me when we first saw Alexa. I think I screamed the place down when she showed herself in that swamp fight. You know, that when she appeared in the vision with Bray and Braun. I thought that was brilliant to bring her in. But I will also be honest in saying that, you know, Lily was not to my taste. The Playground Alexa was not to my taste. And very interesting to find out that was a Triple H creation, not a Bray creation. Apparently Playground Alexa was all Triple H. So very interesting to find out that that was not from the same twisted mind as the Fiend and whatever, you know. That didn't come from Bray. That apparently was a Triple H thing. So, you know, there's stuff in there which I wasn't keen on, and I just got a little glimpse of that at times with that last run with Howdy and whatever. The biggest criticism for me being he really resisted a long time not reveling in who he was, not remembering who he was. And it took one Sister Abigail to just change his mind. It took one Sister Abigail for it to all just change. And I was like, I think we could have done something, considering how psychological Bray is, how detailed and how deep, like, all his clues are. I think we could have done a bit more there than just a Sister Abigail to change Bray's mind, you know? And I would have liked a bit more on the relationship. You know, was Howdy a follower of Bray? Because he seemed to stand behind him, but he didn't have any problems with telling him that he's a liar and telling him to revel in who he is and attacking him. He didn't have a problem doing that. So I don't think that he was in charge of Bray. He may have been like, I don't know, like a brother, but he wasn't called brother. He was called Uncle Howdy. So I don't know, the dynamic is one that I never could quite get my head around either. So I think there is so much stuff that needs to be fleshed out and worked on. This could easily go south, easily go wrong. You could easily botch this. Very easily. I don't think they will. I think they are all aware as to, you know, what this is about. This is about honoring Bray. This is about giving the fans something that they're not getting otherwise. I mean, who else is giving you that kind of more mysterious, darker sides? There's just not really any other characters doing that, is there? So I get people saying they're down on it. They don't like it. They think it's cringe. They don't like the QR codes. They find them distracting. They can't wait for this to be over. I get those comments on a daily basis. I don't mind those comments because I think everyone's entitled to their honest opinion. All we ask is that people are honest. So I have no problem with those. I can even understand where those people are coming from to have those concerns. But I would just say, don't abandon it before it started. You know, we haven't got it yet, so I would say let's get it. And if you really don't like it, then you can let us know. But I think let's get it going first. And I think Nightbird has been brilliant. I think this campaign has been really, really good. Hard to say it was better than White Rabbit because White Rabbit was the first one and it was innovative. This one is obviously copying a lot from White Rabbit. Source code clues and little clips and, do you know what I mean? Stuff like that. It's copied a lot from White Rabbit. But I think the videos in this one have been better. I think the videos have been scarier, and I think they've been more atmospheric. And maybe that's a good sign of what's to come, you know? If the presentation within Nightbird has been better than White Rabbit, that can only be a good thing for what's going to follow after. That can only be a good thing for what's happening. So I'm optimistic. I'm excited. Of course I want it to work. We all want it to work. I do hear those voices that have concerns. But yeah, this is, I think you're right, a big focus for the summer, and could have some wobbles. I think there's enough goodwill there that this is going to succeed. So just a few thoughts on it, but yeah, it's a tricky one. TJ said, did you see that Stone Cold training and currently at sub 10% BF? Perhaps next year we get Punk versus Stone Cold. Oh, I didn't know. I didn't. TJ, thank you. Derek said the pace of the reveal and the story development is going to be critical. Yeah, because I think if you take too long, which was the criticism last time, you do run the risk of people going, I'm out. This is, you know, already there's people saying that these QR codes have gone on for too long. So the length of the QR codes have been a bit too much for some. So I think like having a bit of a snappier pace to it and keeping this story moving, not racing through it as well, though. There is a balance, and it's hard to find that balance because I think that sweet spot is in a slightly different place for different people. So it is hard to find that sweet spot, but there is a sweet spot. And we do need to try and find it. And I think when we do, then we could have something really special. James said, I might have to take a break from socials. It would have been my dad's 66th birthday. James, shout out to you. Shout out to you. There's nothing you can say as your bud. I mean, that's just going to be a difficult day. But a day that hopefully you can look back on and smile. You know, maybe not all the time because, of course, the pain, I'm sure, will be there. But... you know, your dad wouldn't want you to be down, of course. He'd want you to remember the good times. So, yeah, taking a break, man. That's never a bad thing. And then come back stronger. So, all the best for Wednesday, buds. Eric said, Days, you give us the dark side. Well, thank you. Thank you. I am wearing tighter, fitter clothes now. So, hopefully you don't see that dark side quite as much. Grant said, are you bringing back the opinion videos? They never went away. When do you have to get your opinion in? Do we have to comment or do we tweet it to you? So opinion videos have not left. They just live on the second channel now. The reason why is because I've also moved my review over there. It suddenly dawned on me that reviews, opinion videos, unseen videos, Nightbird videos, live streams, we were doing all of that on this channel. And there's another channel that's just not got anything on it that is just sat there, and we were using that for the polls. And the reason why I put the polls over there is because I think that information is interesting, but I don't want to clog up your feeds with polls, right? It doesn't bother me if you subscribe to that second channel or not, but I don't want to clog up your feeds with polls. I think for some that might be irritating. After every Raw, after every SmackDown, you go through Twitter and you've just got a poll for what did you think of the show. Some people might not mind it, but I think some might look at it and go, I don't need to see this all the time. And I could understand that. To be honest, I could understand that. So I thought, move it to the second channel. It's got 7,000 subscribers. Move it to the second channel. Let it live over there. It keeps it all together, nice and clean. Keeps it out the way. You lot know where to go to vote. Done. And then it just dawned on me, well, if we're doing the polls over there, why don't I do my reviews over there? Because if we're talking about what we thought about the show in polls and scoring the show, then the review seems like a no-brainer. And of course, then naturally, opinions seems like a no-brainer. And I think it's just worked out really well. So over here, you've got that kind of news, if you will, that theory, the Nightbird, the unseen updates, the live streams, that all kind of fits together nicely. And then on the second channel, you got opinions, you got reviews, you got where the polls live. So I'm sort of looking at it going, yeah, this feels pretty good. So I'm very happy with how things have kind of carved out and settled down. So opinions videos live. They live over there. What I'll do is when Raw ends, when SmackDown ends, it's X, it's social media, right? I have to do it there because obviously I show your comment on screen. So in order to show it, I need you to tweet it to me. So I put up the post asking for your feedback, and you just leave your comment on that post. It does go up at slightly different times. I always try to get it up as soon as I can. But to be honest with you, there's normally a couple of little bits I have to do before I can get to that. So, but yeah, I do always try to get it up. Oh no, what's this? What's going on? I think they got a bit confused. They were just showing the Cleveland Cavaliers basketball. And I was like, that's not what was advertised to this channel. But now we've got the then, now, forever together. So, yeah, the post will go up on my X account. You can leave a comment on there. And that is when you can get onto the video. I try to get through as many as I can. I mean, I give myself an hour to go through them all. And we do a good job, actually. I think we do get through every comment. So there is Jey and his son. And there is Ilja. Here's Drew. Drew McIntyre. Obviously, we're keeping an eye out for QR codes. Oh, wow. Look at this. He's storming his way to the ring. It looks like we're going to start with Drew. So, Drew just walking from the back through Gorilla. He goes straight out into the arena. And we get to go out with him. And I think we're looking at the crowns for the first time. So, we're actually seeing the crowns in the entranceway. Yes, there are the king and queen of the ring crowns. They're in glass cases in the entranceway. So we've got the crowns in the entranceway and Drew McIntyre making his way down to the ring. Do you think the product is a little cold? The new era coming out for Mania. For me, everything feels a bit dry. I need some injection of excitement. I think King and Queen is slowing things down, said Big Time. I think you're always going to get a step down. I mean, WrestleMania is the pinnacle, you know? Everything builds up and we go extra hard in that build because, of course, we're trying to sell 2 days. It's the big show. It's, you know, 80-odd thousand each day. There's nothing else in WWE that can match that level, and there's nothing else that's going to match that build. So I think comparing to WrestleMania is always a dangerous thing to do. What I would say is that there are some interesting and intriguing things going on at the moment. I think that I don't mind King and Queen of the Ring. I like the tournament. I just wish that we were very clear as to what the winners got. Because there is a rumor the winners are going to get title opportunities. I think it was Zero News that kind of teased that earlier today. Say whatever you want about Zero News. If they're making it up, it's a bit of a bold thing to just randomly make up, you know? Loud CM Punk chants. And they could be making it up, but they may have heard something as well. And it would make sense, wouldn't it? The winners get title opportunities. It would make sense. So CM Punk chants, and Drew said he only makes the big towns. So Drew promo. The greatest trick CM Punk ever pulled was looking like a drug addict without taking any drugs. Savage. It's like an abusive relationship. I don't understand. You keep taking him back. If you're a CM Punk fan, you're stupid. So he insinuates that Adam Pearce is a stooge for CM Punk. I will torture you. I'm not going to waste my time on a guy that might not be cleared for 20 years. I'll deal with you later, Jay. He calls Damian Priest a paper champion. Damian Priest is coming out. So Damian is interrupts him. I feel like there was a lot to jot down then. He just got a microphone and went off, man, didn't he? He just got that microphone and he was off. So he called Damian paper champion. He also said, if you're a CM Punk fan, you're stupid. So Damian making his way down to the ring is on his own. There's no other members of Judgment Day. James said Drew is killing it right now. What happened? Finn Balor is so close to winning Money in the Bank. Damian Priest's costume, that would be awesome story. What if Damian Priest cost him? That could be fun, yes. That could be fun. Got a little way to go till we get to Money in the Bank, of course. But Drew McIntyre in the ring. Damian comes down. Sign in the crowd says, take it easy. Come on, everyone. Take it easy. Chill out. Why don't you do something different? Say what you want to say, but say it to someone's face. I'd love to, but CM Punk keeps running away. I know your story. I know your inspirational story. You've paid your dues. You deserve all the success in the world. You just don't deserve to be champion. It needs Drew McIntyre, that title. You had to use that briefcase. Damian's like, come on. You're out here blaming everyone else for your failures. You chose to be a WWE superstar. Say what if you think is a BS champion, and some of the crowd do say what? Choose to find a mirror. Choose to find a mirror, look at the reflection, and then blame that a-hole. This is good from Damian. We could have gone to war at WrestleMania, but you stopped me from cashing in. That's your fault. That's on you. You told everyone if I was smart, I would wait to cash in on you. All you had to do was leave at WrestleMania. You saw Punk. And you made Punk more important than yourself. You made Punk more important than your wife. Wow. You made Punk more important than your wife. Are they going to do this match at King and Queen? Well, if this is the match we're getting, very unexpected, because I can't be alone in thinking this is a match we were getting further down the road. Does that mean Punk's going to cost Drew? If you want a title shot, you've got it. Well, that's huge, isn't it? It's expecting that for Clash at the Castle. Maybe we still get it at Clash at the Castle, but I don't know, man. What do you think about that? What do you think about that? Let's end the poll and we'll ask people the question. What do you think about that? What do you think about Drew getting a world title match? They're just telling us about what's happened in Queen of the Ring. Love it, hate it, confused. Rassani said Drew to win, then face Punk in Scotland. Ooh. So you think this could be it for Damian's title run? And then we do Drew Punk in Scotland. But then won't the fans be against Punk? Because Punk will be booed out of that building, won't he? Oh, what do you think? Punk interferes, and then we get a triple threat at Clash, says Undercover Manager. It might be over for Damian Priest, said Lee. Okay, outside, look, we got Shaina, we got Iyo, we got Damage Control. So this is in the parking lot. So Damage Control stepping up to Shaina and Zoe. Oh, it's just a little push. Okay, so here's Iyo. So Raw on the 13th. Iyo versus Shaina. I'm thinking, oh, it's a lovely crown. That looks, is that different? That different crown. They look a hell of a lot classier than the ones that Triple H was being made to wear. Iyo rolling into the ring. So Iyo is taking on Shaina in our opening match on Raw. Oh, Shaina attacks from behind. So there we go. Shaina attacking from behind. Let's go, man. This is the vicious side of Shaina that I think we've wanted to see. We always want to see. Shaina attacks Iyo before the match, and we go to commercial break. Beautiful crown, said Let. I agree. I agree. Okay, we are at commercial break. Damian. Boo boo. Damian is not wearing purple, said Daniel. David said, sad that we're not getting NXT right now with Iyo and Shaina. Daniel said about Damian not wearing purple. I am your father said the crowns are not plastic. I know, they look good, don't they? They look good. Simulation, shout out to you. Matt said, Days, do you think that WWE is turning Damian into a babyface? Yes. Yeah, he wants to defend this belt on his own, doesn't he? He doesn't want any outside interference from the Judgment Day. He just came out on his own, very much expecting it to be a case that he's going to want to defend that belt on his own again at King and Queen of the Ring. Yeah, I think they are trying to position him as the face in this compared to Drew, who is the heel in this. I thought of this idea, King or Queen of the Ring, you could declare a title opportunity all year until the next event, said JP Form. It's good, I'd be down for that. I don't know how you would call it in, though. I mean, I don't think it can be like Money in the Bank where you can just call it anytime you want. You've got to call it in advance, you know? Come out and say, I'll see you at SummerSlam or whatever. And call it in that way. But, yeah, that would be cool. Did you see the newer emojis? I can make 5 to 6 more before I've hit the limit. I need funny photos of wrestlers or animals, or for you to make it into an emoji. Well, that's good. Yeah, I saw the ones that you sent over. I mean, you sent me a picture of all the ones that had been created, which was crazy. I mean, so much work. Look brilliant. So I would say, like, for me, let the community cook. Let the community cook. Let the community decide as to what emojis they think we should have in the Discords. and just cook away. Oh, look at that crown. Brilliant. I wonder if I can find a picture of that. If I type in the word crown, I wonder what comes back. Some footage. That crown's going to look great on Iyo. Okay, here we go. Let's go. Boom. Oh, hello. Hello, little flame. Hello, little flame. That's not what I wanted. I wanted this. Look at that. Look at that. Look how beautiful that could be in, like, flipping Tiffany's, couldn't it? That could be the prize centerpiece in Swarovski. It's a beautiful crown, that. Really, really impressive. Look at it. Iyo's a fan. I think that would be my reaction as well. We'll see the... we haven't really seen a close-up of the men's crown yet. Okay, so Shaina and Iyo are battling away on the outside of the ring. Iyo gets thrown into the ring. Days Punk costs Drew at King of the Ring. Drew gets a rematch at Clash and wins the title. Then it's Drew Punk SummerSlam. So Punk will cost Drew at King of the Ring. Drew will get the rematch at Clash, wins it, and then Drew Punk at SummerSlam. I like that. I like that. I like that. That all checks out, doesn't it? That way he gets to win the title in Scotland, and it sets up SummerSlam, a massive SummerSlam, and we do Drew Punk at SummerSlam. I like that. Shaina throwing Iyo back into the ring. Very much in control at the moment. They're just showing that we've got some matches on NXT tomorrow. Sol Ruka taking on Izzy Dame and Ivy Nile taking on Lash Legends. So there we've got Iyo knocking Shaina down, throwing in some big forearm strikes. Getting pushed back, moving out the way. Shaina going against the ropes. Oh, I thought she was going to block it, but she ends up hitting that Hurricanrana. Taking Shaina over there, Iyo, looking really good. Iyo goes down to her knees as Shaina is feeling the effects of this now. Back and forth we go. Opening match this, so don't know. I'm guessing they're going to give them a little bit of time. It's nice to see Shaina in a match where she's getting some time, you know? This is a match which you wouldn't have been surprised to see get like 3 minutes in the middle of the show. So, opening contest, and they're letting them cook, and they're doing all right, man. Shaina going up. She's trying to get a superplex on Iyo. I like Iyo in that kind of bodysuit type ring gear. Trying to pick up Iyo, looking for a bit of a gut wrench, but Iyo goes over, loses her footing, pushes Shaina. Shaina, though, upside down. She's caught in the... she's caught on that top rope. Come on, Iyo, you've got to capitalize. Oh, just as she went over to try and capitalize on that situation, Shaina got free, spilled to the outside. Iyo moonsault. What? Springboard moonsault by Iyo. Lands on Shaina. And look at this for an instant replay. I mean, literally, it was like a couple of seconds and boom, we were straight on it as we went to commercial break. Man, that's the most instant of replays I've ever seen. I don't think I've ever seen a replay hit that quick. She did her springboard moonsault, and as she landed, we went back and showed it again. Crazy. Right, Days, you miss a QR code at the beginning of the match. Did the QR code hit, did it? Let's have a look, see what's saying. That's hit early, hasn't it?
And then, of course,
So, I've got it here for those that want to see. So, it comes in. We get this flicker. There is the birds. Then you get the QR codes. That's early, man. No way did I expect this to be this early. So, it comes in. And that was it. So there was nothing else in there apart from seemingly that and the code. So there's the code for those that want to scan it. Let's turn this down. Let's get the QR code reader and scan it. Boop, boop, boop. Okay, oh, wow. Interesting. 12th. So this is from the 12th. So it takes you to this. I was expecting it to take me to a video, but it's took me to this. It's took me to 12, 12, 12 is the URL. 12, 12, 12. So I always like to jot down the URL first. So that's wwe.com/12, 12, 12. I wonder if that actually goes to something different. It doesn't appear to slide up or down. If you click on door, nothing happens. It won't open the door. If you click on the first bit, oh, this is going to be a nightmare, isn't it? This is going to be a nightmare because it looks like it's 20 different pictures. Oh my God. So, it looks like it takes you to 20 different pictures. Okay. So, it takes you to this here. So, it says door at the top, and then you've got all these JPEGs. 20 different JPEGs. And you can see the different times that I'm guessing they were uploaded. So it was done over a period of about 2 hours-ish that these different JPEGs were, I don't know, seemingly uploaded or taken at those times. People are going to be looking into all these numbers. They're going to be looking into the times. And rightfully so. Rightfully so. But yeah, that's what it takes you to. So we'll have to dig into what all these pictures are. Let's turn this up. Iyo and Shaina still battling away. Double knees to the back there by Iyo. 1, 2. And kick out there by Shaina. So, oh, she went for the moonsault, but she couldn't quite get it. Nice little bridge there. Oh, into the Kirifuda clutch. She's got it locked in, and Iyo is struggling. Looking for an STF. Iyo reverses it. Shaina Basler trying to get back up to her feet. She grabs Iyo. Oh, big strike coming in. 1, 2, and kick out there by Iyo. So, frustration by Shaina. I wonder what the URL is for all of these. Oh, is the URL for each of these going to be a nightmare? Dragon Screw by Shaina. Double knees by Iyo. Iyo stepping over Shaina. Goes up for the moonsault, connects. 1, 2, 3, and Iyo secures the victory. I'm just posting all the pictures, so it's a win for Iyo. Let's end the poll. Let's get boom, boom. Okay, so what did you think about that match? It's a win for Iyo. They were battling away and a little bit of back and forth. They got a little bit of time, and I thought they did well. So either Lyra or Zoe Stark is who she's going to be facing. So Jackie is just congratulating Iyo. She snatches the microphone. Nice and simple there from Iyo. She's going to be the champion. She's doing that, though, but that's not the prize. I'm the queen. Look at Dom, man. That moustache of his is getting even thicker, innit? Here's Damian. Okay, so we're backstage with Judgment Day and Carlito. By the looks of this crew, you could use an little bit of extra muscle. We can all benefit mutually from this relationship. If the boys want to work with you, that's on them. As far as I'm concerned, you're not welcome. Damian ain't having it. The most stubborn of minds can be changed. Carlito walks away. There's the Ring General. Richard said Zoe should win the match and beat Lyra tonight since Iyo defeated Shaina. This could be a chance for Zoe Stark tonight, says Richards. So I'm just uploading these pictures because I really wanted to show them during the stream. And I mean, I suppose I could have just gone to the URL thinking about it, but I am up to number 7 already. So you live and learn, don't you? So I'm just sort of uploading them now so that people can see what I can see. So if you do want to see these pictures, obviously you can scan the QR code, but if for some reason you don't have the ability to do that at the moment, I am uploading these images. I've not had a chance to look at them, so I can't tell you what secrets they contain. I'm sure people are firing bits in the chat, and I'd hope they are. But at the moment, I am I'm just looking at the images. They're bits of paper that have got things written on them. I mean, to be honest, it does seem like Uncle Howdy is getting a little bit lazy. Just notes on scraps of paper. But I'm sure that there is stuff in the source codes, and I've no doubt about that. Jake said one picture has got May 16th, 4 p.m. Well, that'll be interesting. What will they reveal on May 16th at 4 p.m? I mean, there's no shows or anything. I mean, that is a Thursday, is it not? Is the 16th Thursday? And I'm guessing they mean, yeah, it is. And 4 p.m, that I'm guessing would be Eastern time. Might not be Eastern time, but I'm guessing it would be Eastern time. So, yeah, what they cooking? You don't see it, do you? Well, I haven't looked, to be honest. I'm getting trolled by these pictures. You don't see it, do you? I wasn't looking. I'm just trying to put them up online for now, to be honest. What do you want to know? Oh, that's a good question, isn't it, actually? That's a good question. What do you want to know? 16th of May on a floppy disk says which, but maybe it means Twitch. Uncle Howdy has got a Twitch account. Uncle Howdy has got a Twitch account, and he is gonna go onto it, and he is gonna play The Last of Us. This is dragging this Wyatt BS out, said Zoom Station. Zoom Station, not a fan. If the missing woman had parents, does that mean that she saw some of the new Wyatt Six? Maybe Loomis's therapist? The missing woman? Who are we talking? That bride, or who are we talking about? We want to know when you'll actually appear, said WWE fam. Do you see I am already free? Says one of the bits of paper. I mean, did they need a QR code? And they were just like, oh my god, we haven't got anything. Let's just do this week. Quick, give me some paper. I'll take 20 pictures and put that up instead. I mean, to be honest, I feel like there's a lot to dig into. I'm only having fun. I'm only having a laugh. How are you doing? I'm good, thank you. I crawled out of the cave so I could set them free. What are your goals to remind them? What challenges are you facing? I'm afraid they won't understand. How do you feel? I finally know my purpose, and soon everyone will see. It's pretty good, isn't it? Right, we are back to the show. That was number 14. It's taking forever. Here's Chad Gable. Alpha Academy backstage. Here's Chad with Maxine. Glowing opportunities. It's pathetic. I've got some matches for you guys. Otis against Sami. He doesn't want any hip-shaking nonsense tonight. He wants the serious version. No matter what. Tozawa against Bronson Reed is that other match tonight. Oh, Maxine looking sad. Here's Ivy. Coach Gable doesn't want me training outside the academy anymore, says Maxine. Oh, Gable's not happy with Maxine and Ivy Nile talking. Piece of advice? Stop wasting your time with Taylor Not So Swift over there. Oh, that's a good line. That's a good line. Chad advises Ivy, stop wasting your time with Taylor Not So Swift. Brackets Maxine. Oh, I think, did we just see the King of the Ring crown as well? That looked nice. Defcon said, with a lot of pain and a lot of painkillers, mental, physical, tough abuse stuff that you still see today in the realm of a gulag. What's this, Defcon? What are we reporting? Is there stuff coming out? Sorry, I'm a little bit ahead. There's a newspaper cutout of a missing Wendy Lucho in the photos. I feel like, hang on, I'm missing conversations here. Oh, okay, I've reached it. Local woman reported missing by Wendy Lucho. That's number 18. So lots of bits of paper, and then we get this missing woman, and then we've got whatever that image is, which I think was in the background last time. Here's Kofi and Xavier. They're being interviewed backstage. I went toe-to-toe with the greatest luchador of all time, Rey Mysterio, says Kofi. Let's end this poll so that we can get the results from this. Kofi knows he's got a big battle coming up now against Gunther. Oh, people really enjoyed that match. Does get a good rating, but a high good rating. Because of what Gunther did to me, I can't go out and defend my honor, says Xavier. Okay, I'm just saving all these pictures now that I've uploaded them. I'm just saving them to the QR code folder as we are, I think, going to Kofi Gunther now. Oh, Lillian Garcia's coming out. Lillian Garcia is brought out. She did send a little message out before the show. Great reaction for Lillian Garcia. Can you help me introduce the next match? So Lillian tells Samantha she's doing an incredible job and she puts her over and the crowds love that. Ah, Lillian. Great to see Lillian again. That's the kind of thing that I think we should have done a hell of a lot more of in the past, you know. We go to certain places You could easily bring in some of these legends that we just don't see that often. And when did we last see Lillian Garcia? Nice. So, Kofi versus Gunther is next. This is going to be match number 2. Kofi is wearing pajama shorts. We miss Lillian, said Vince. Lillian for Hall of Fame says, oh, she should go in Hall of Fame. Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, she was a ring announcer for, oh, God knows how many years. I mean, she really is the voice of wrestling for many, many people. For me, it's the Fink. You know, the Fink is the GOAT. But for many people, it's Lillian. Definitely Hall of Fame. Completely agree. Right. I haven't even been in my notifications yet. I'd imagine people are like, oh, have you not seen this yet? Blah, blah, blah. Like, no, I'm slow. Right, I'll show you. We are at commercial break, so I'll show you what we've got. So this is there's 20 pictures, right? And of course, I'm guessing people are looking into the URLs. I'm guessing they're looking into source codes. I'm guessing they're looking for hidden meanings. First picture is just a smiley face on a piece of paper. Then we've got, do you want to meet them? So that smiley face, you can see it on the back there. So it looks like this was folded over piece of paper, and then you open it and you get this, right? I set them free. Another smiley face. I reminded him of who he was. I showed him his lies. Now he shows me his vision. It is beautiful. That feels like Howdy talking about Bray, doesn't it? Howdy reminded Bray of who he was, showed him his lies, and now Bray shows Howdy his vision, and it's beautiful. So I interpret that as Bray talking to Howdy. I have always been. Then, I don't know quite what we've got here, but it does look like a bird, doesn't it? Yeah, birds. You can see a beak at the top with the eye and the legs, so... Okay, picture of a bird. Night bird, maybe. They were trapped. I showed them how to open the door. They were left all alone. I opened the door. Now they are not alone anymore. Do you understand? Can you keep a secret underneath? And I showed them how to open the door. That's in the background. Whoever's seat this is, it's very rough around the arm, isn't it? I mean, I don't know what. They've been watching quite a few horror films, haven't they? And thrillers. Look at the damage done to the arm of that chair. Do you want to meet them? If you have to ask what you aren't seeing, then you aren't looking. If you have to ask about what you're not seeing, then you aren't looking. Little bit of red in the top corner there. Here it says, you don't see it, do you? Was it the red? I saw the reds. Bray's the colour red, we think. What do you want to know is number 11. I am all of us, says number 12. Do you see? I am already free. 13. How are you doing? Good, thanks. I crawled out the cave so I could set them free. What are your goals? To remind them. What challenges are you facing? I'm afraid they won't understand. How do you feel? I finally know my purpose, and soon everyone will see. Here's awesome truth. So we're back from commercial break. We've got 5 more pictures to look at. We're not defending our titles tonight, says The Miz. Ah, here's Kiana James. I'm so looking forward to working under you. I don't hesitate, I adjudicate. I don't know if that's PG, says R-Truth. Right, okay, so we've got Kofi, Gunther. I don't hesitate, I adjudicate. Okay, right, waiting for Gunther. Whilst we're waiting for Gunther to make his way down, we'll look at these final 5. Right, so then we've got all of the Pluto logos. Then we've got the top of a mirror, which is kind of interesting. Interesting. Then we've got the back of a notebook, which is where all these notes have come from. Lots of little red fireflies on there by the looks of it. Then we've got this, which is really random. Local woman reported missing by Wendy Lucho. Can you re-scramble Wendy Lucho into a different words? Wendy Lucho is a very interesting name. Can that be re-scrambled? Wendy Lucho feels like a clue, doesn't it? I don't think you would just come up with that. I feel like there's something in there. Howdy for starters. Howdy. Howdy. Howdy is in there. Hang on. Wendy Lucho. If you do howdy, which is in there, take the H, the O, the W, the D, the Y, you're left with U-C-E-N. U-C... and an L. U-C-E-N-L. Uncle. Uncle, of course it is. Wendy Lucho is Uncle Howdy. People have probably worked it out because I'm super slow. But I'll type it anyway. Wendy Lucho is an anagram of Uncle Howdy. Is that the right word? Anagram? Maybe not. So that is that anyway. Then we've got... is that a cleaner shot of that other image from the other day? I think it is. That's number 19. And then this is a big one, isn't it? This 5/16/24, 4 p.m. Which... Right, we are underway with this match. We'll come back to that. Gunther has made his way into the ring. The bell has sounded. So we've got Gunther versus Kofi. I can see we had a couple of super chats, so we'll get to those. Niall said, can you look at the reply to picture 20? Yes, we will do that. 1, 2, after this match. Or when we get to a commercial break. But please, into the numbers meanings, it's wild. Please, into the numbers meanings, it's wild. Oh, hang on. We might be slow, but we're getting there. Gunther battling away on the outside of the ring. So Kofi goes down, Gunther goes over. Oh, plants him. Gunther rolling back into the ring. We got a few people standing and watching. Kofi gets planted on the commentary table. I mean, he could get DQ'd. He's going to have to be a little bit careful here. Oh, he's turning him over for a Boston Crab on the commentary table. Referee has come out to have words. He's telling him to get it back into the ring. And a single leg Boston Crab. The referee again having words as we go to commercial break. So there we go. Right, we said that we would have a look at that 21. Let's go here. The source codes has got the word Cinnamon. If you Google this results, it's a song by Nina Simone in 1962. So the source code for what though? What's this the source code of? Like the whole URL. Okay, I'll have it. Was that Niall? Was that the Watson says me equals confused? Isaac said 20 URLs. 520 is the date of next week's Raw. So, do we think that the 20 URLs connect to the 20, which would be next week's Raw? Is that the connection? It's a theory, isn't it? We'll put it in. There probably is a reason as to why we're doing 20. Okay. Paul Cinnamon from the Chases coming. Bun said Alexa was 31 when she disappeared. So, do we think that that article is to do with Alexa? It just says local woman reported missing. Doesn't have like an age of that woman unless I've missed something. It's interesting. It's starting to reveal itself a little bit, isn't it? Starting to reveal itself. Triton said, every odd-numbered image has an interesting tag in the image details. There are cryptic messages and numbers. So, that's interesting. What have we got here? The person who is reported missing in the QR code appeared a few years ago in a commercial alongside the Fiend. That's really interesting. That's a brilliant find. Look at that. So the person that's in this commercial is apparently this woman that was in this advert. I seem to remember they did a few of these. I remember one with Bailey. I can't remember what they were promoting, but I remember a few different people going to meet this therapist. And apparently she is now the one that's missing. So that's great. Love that. That's great. Okay. Just when you think that it might not be quite as deep, it's starting to reveal itself. Local authorities are asking the public to help locate a woman that was reported missing over the weekend. 31 was last seen at her home, which also acted as her office, where she would often see patients, so it must be that woman. While no official details have been released, friends and family describe her as a loving and caring individual with no known enemies. A source close to the situation said there was a series of strange notes discovered at her residence. Those might be the notes we've just seen. When asked, authorities said they have no further comments at this time. This is the article from that picture, but where did that article come from? It's a full image if you scroll down. Oh. So, what, there's more in that one with the missing person, is there? That's interesting. Let's have a look back at that one then. Was that number 18? Oh, yeah, you're right. I didn't even try and scroll on the pictures. Do any of the others scroll, no? Or go to the sides? So some of them move and some of them don't. Okay, looks like the first 3 don't. Or number 4. Nothing for 5. It might be that's the only one that moves. 6. Nothing for 7. Nothing for 8. Nothing for 9. Nothing for 10. Gunther in control. Nope. I mean, that did feel like a different one, didn't it, in all fairness? All the others are pictures, and then that one was an article, so I think it might only be that one that does go down a little bit more. Yeah, looks like that's the only one that does that. It's good though, isn't it? I like this. Very interactive. So Kofi coming over, throwing in a kick. The phrase, do you want to meet them, pops up a lot. Well, if she's gone missing, then what is it that we're using her for? So Kofi down and Gunther getting up to his feet. Jake said, the commentary team acknowledged the QR code. Is that the first time? Yeah, I believe so. I don't remember there being an acknowledgement of it before. Gunther climbing up. Oh, he comes crashing down, but Kofi moves out the way. Kofi on his hands and knees. WWE fan said, this QR code is actually making me learn a lot about coding and stuff. I'm all for it. It's giving me a computer lesson. WWE Ultimate Gaming said, I edited the picture of the newspaper. There are multiple words that are hidden behind the actual words. I found the words slowly rising. There is something which was over to the side at the bottom. You can just sort of make out. But, oh, Kofi comes down, but I don't know as to, let me show it. So, at the bottom here, look, you can just sort of make out something slowly rising and then some text. I don't know if anyone can clean that up to see what this text is. But there's something down here, isn't there? It feels like, I don't know, a newspaper article has kind of rubbed its ink off on this page or something. But, yeah. There might be a way of tampering that and maybe this showing itself a little clearer. Whether that's, you know, going to reveal anything. Gunther trying to turn Kofi over. Kofi kicking out at Gunther. And again. Gunther going back to the corner. Kingston. Oh, SOS. 1, 2. Oh, kick out by Gunther. Right, we're over an hour in at the moment. First time going to Raw sign. So, over an hour in. And so far we've had a few matches and it's been all right. What a match, said Dro. Jacob said, I like that they're acknowledging the QR codes. It makes it seem like it's not supposed to happen, says Jacob. Part of the song Cinnamon, said BB Yipsy. The lyrics of the hook was power, said 6 times. Kingdom 4 times, then power 8 times. Also, at the end, it says, don't you know I need you? Do we think that that connects? Clothesline there by Gunther. Look at the most recent tag, says Morgan. Spamming wrestling days until he sees this. Morgan says, you made it into the image properties. I don't understand. What does that mean? Well, I'll retweet it and I'll have a look in a second. Right now, you can see that Gunther has got Kofi and he's wrapping around that ring post. And Kofi spills to the outsides. You can click on a words door. Yeah, nothing happens. That's true. Is it going to be clickable soon? Well, I don't know if they'll make it clickable. But at the moment, it doesn't lead to anything. I will add that into the folder. Morgan, shout out to you. I tried brightening up the image, said Gio the Theo. Still can't quite make that image out. Okay, Gunther, Kofi, we're doing a bit of juggling at the moment. Oh, looks like people are doing some really good work here. Gunther up on his feet, getting back into the ring. Kofi down. If Taze is in a QR codes, will you finally admit that Dreadmare is truly Taylor, says Sideburn Soldiers. Oh, no, because it's not. If I'm in the QR codes, which I don't think I am, but if I'm in the QR codes, I have to admit something that's fake is real. How does that work? Boston Crab by Gunther. Boston Crab applied. Kofi taps. Kofi taps. So it's a victory for Gunther. I don't think it's a great surprise, but they really put on a battle. Gunther. What a match, said WWE fan. 12-12-12 is when Eric Rowan had his debut match. Oh, that's interesting. That's very good. So 12-12-12 connects to that. That's very good. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. Where did I just read that? CJ. Okay. So, a good victory there for Gunther. Gunther. So 12-12-12. What is that? Eric Rowan's debut match, did you say? Eric Rowan's debut match in NXT? In NXT. Okay, here we've got Damage Control making their way down. Now, we need to do a poll, don't we, about that last match. So, let's get that up first. Match score. All-time. Great. Good. But. Okay, Lyra backstage with Jackie. Get your votes in as to what you thought about that last match. Gunther and Kofi. It's a victory for the Ring General. She's a good addition, Lyra. I'm really pleased to see her. I'm here to stay. And anytime Becky needs a bit of an Irish backup, here's Becky. Fighting Irish, so there we go. Here's Liv. That's really nice of you. Has Becky always been such a B-words? Why don't you ask her yourself? Becky standing right behind Liv. What did she just do? What was that? So, what did she just put her down with? She just put Liv down, but I don't know what she put her down with. What? What did she put her down with? So, Liv put down by Becky backstage after some disrespect. After some disrespects. Boom. Right, BB Ipsy said Nina Simone suffered from manic depression before she died. Also, one of her album covers of Animals included Don't Let Me Be Misunderstood. Spectra said, interesting thing to point out in the pictures from the QR code, some of the notes are written in caps, while some are spelt properly. Don't know if anyone has said this, but I thought I would point it out. In the floppy disk image, said Daniel, it had the word index, which was Indy Hartwell and Dexter Loomis's duo name. Oh, that's very good. That's very good because we know that they are including them or including Dexter. That's very good. Magic Dax said on the back of the notebook it says 81 and there are 81 hours till 5:16 at 4 p.m. There is so much in this. There is a lot in this, to be honest. There is an awful lot in this. So on the back of the notebook it says 81. Wow. This one is got loads in it. $5.16? I mean, what are they doing $5.16? I've got this as well, where people have tried to alter the image. Look. So, can you see there? Still can't quite make it out, but you can see there's an awful lot going on in the background. It's actually a bigger article than what I first thought. So, awful lot of stuff on there, isn't there? Awful lot of information. So, again, having to keep chipping away at that, but interesting. I don't think anything's quite revealed itself, but I feel like it's a bit clearer now. So, a step in the right direction. King and Queen is also 12 days away, says Jake. So, yeah, hidden numbers in the QR code. So, the 81, let's bring this up. If we go here. 81 there on the back of the thing, right? And people are saying that corresponds to 81 hours. So Magic Dax, I like that. 81 hours. Is there exactly 81 hours from the moment that this dropped? I mean, But in 81 hours' time, it will be the 16th. Could it be that? Crimson as well, pointing that out. Alexa has blonde hair. People are talking about some hair here. Could that belong to Alexa? Maybe it's a dog. Could be a dog. Could be someone's pet. That's why, I mean, like, why would Alexa be lying on the floor? But she could be. If you have to ask what you aren't seeing, then you aren't looking. Yeah, I mean, I always like to do a video, but to be honest with you, I feel like we're not even close to revealing everything here. So I don't want to do that video yet. I want to make sure that we've got, you know, as much information as possible. Days, Slowly Rising is a song by the band called The Night Blooms. The lyrics fit with what the QR codes have been saying. How do we get to the Night Blooms, though? How do we connect to the song? Here's Kofi backstage with Carrion. Carrion confronts Kofi. Here's Big Bronson Reed. Right, let's go into ending this. Okay, so that match got a great rating, 58%. Okay, Big Bronson Reed making his way down to the ring. And he's going to be taking on, I think it's Akira Tozawa, isn't it? Big Bronson versus Akira. Okay, this is match number 3. That last match getting a great rating. People really enjoyed it, but it's the ring general. Of course they enjoyed it. It says, brackets, Dream Slowly Rising, and it looks like a news article headline. Are we saying that's how it connects to the song, is it? So, Slowly Rising is a song. My only concern is that there is some other words there, which at the moment we can't make out. But if we can decode them, it might then take us in a different direction, so we'll include it. But I would say some of these are like working theories at the moment. Googling Dreams Slowly Rising Los Angeles Times produces a link to a story about a cult. Interesting. For one of the images, if you mess with the lighting, you can see another article below from the Los Angeles Times with words Dreams Slowly Rising visible. Not sure why. So Dreams is a word that shows itself. Any ideas? Jay said if you Google Dreams Slowly Rising Los Angeles Times, it produces a link to a story about a cult. That's interesting, isn't it? A story about a cult. That's interesting. So there's a few working theories for that Slowly Rising that's showing itself now. People asking about, is that hair Alexa Bliss? Oh, wow, he comes crashing down on Akira and done, mate. Done. I mean, I don't even know if we need to review that match, to be honest. I don't think we do. It was a squash. It's a squash win for Big Bronson Reed. I think if it barely makes it to a minute, then it's probably not a reason to review it. So Big Bronson Reed gets a squash victory. Chad Gable gets in the ring and he starts berating Akira. It was a waste of airtime. Oh, here's Gunther. Here's Ludwig. Okay, here's Ludwig. He's talking to Kathy Kelly. Who's in the background? Did you see that woman in the background just standing there? Is that... That's not Nikki Cross, is it? I don't think it is, but... There's a woman that looks Nikki Cross-ish, wearing high heels and like a skirt and everything. I don't think it is, but you have to question everything in the background now, don't you? And they have sort of like shown... I could see people on Twitter asking that question. I don't think it is. Don't know why you'd present her as like a businesswoman. Can't even see who they're with. Right, what's Ludwig saying anyway? The guy must be delusional if Sheamus thinks he lost last week because of me. It's never happened, and it's never going to happen. He won't beat the Ring General. Sheamus should be thanking me for saving him. Are we gonna move over? Is the cameraman drunk? They are looking suspicious, says I'm Kyle. Yeah, they're just sort of standing there. It is Nikki, said Justice. Ludwig shoots on Sheamus. Backstage. Days, there was two people with a man behind the woman in the background with maybe a mask on. Let's have a look, see what people were saying about that. Let's go Nikki. God, it's so difficult to focus on the show when there is so much going on and potentially going on in the background. All you can do is the best you can do. Was that Nikki and Dexter in the background? Oh my god, it's happening. Okay, well, there's a few people thinking the same thoughts. Here it is. So there's that woman, and there's the person with it. I don't think that's Dexter. I mean, to be honest with you, I think that woman might be too tall to be Nikki as well. Nikki's only a very small thing. And so I'm thinking, but, you know, you can see that she's... You could see that that could be Nikki. But I'm leaning towards no. Now that I'm seeing a picture of her, I'm personally leaning towards no, just because I think that woman might be taller than Nikki. And who's that person that she's with? That doesn't look like Dexter or Gacy or anyone, so... I'm thinking no. Personally, but we have to have a little look at these things, don't we? Right, it's some random hairdresser, said for Beach Kevin. Well, I am a fan of them as well. The guy with the fedora on looked like maybe a new member of the D'Angelo family, said Richard. Spectra said, I don't believe Nikki has her hair dyed pink. Well, I don't think that woman had pink hair, to be honest. She had dark hair in that picture. Was it Nikki? Having seen that picture, I'm leaning to no personally, but you know, one thing that White Rabbit and Nightbird has got us doing is questioning absolutely everything. William said, I've broken it. Well, we knew you would. You play with it way too much. Yeah? You play with it way too much. That's your own fault. People want to know if it's Nikki so bad. They will see what they want to see, said Twisty. Do you know, Twisty, I think there is a lot of that goes on, to be honest. I think there's a lot of people seeing what they want to see. I mean, I was watching an air crash investigation program the other day, because obviously I just flew to Florida, and I'm all right with flying, but there was a little bit of turbulence, not much at all. But it did make me think, like, oh, I'd like to have a look into what turbulence is and, like, you know, learn a bit more about it. So I watched a couple of, like, airplane videos. That leads you to, like, air crash videos. That's how I ended up getting there. And they said that a plane crashed once because the pilot and his first officer or whatever, they figured out what the problem was, or thought they'd figured it out, and they were not willing to look at anything else. Like, as soon as they made their mind up on something, that was it. It was that. And it wasn't. They were wrong. And had they have done the checks and gone through the code, the book, they would have seen that they were wrong, and they could have fixed the problem. But the plane ended up getting into trouble. I think it did land in the end, but it got into trouble because they were so set that what they was thinking was correct, and they just would not change their minds on it. I think that is something that happens with humans. I think we do sometimes see what we want to see, and then it's hard for us to unsee it. So I think there's a lot of that goes on. I'm trying to not get too attached to any one theory, really, so that I don't do that. I'm playing fast and loose. We are back from commercial break. I'm having a look at everything. I am. Okay, why is Braun Breaker not included in King of the Ring? Yeah. I spoke to Braun. They've earned it, the people that are in the tournament. But he's going to have to earn it. Here's Braun. I wouldn't have been in the deep end with them if I was in King of the Ring. They would have been in the deep end with me. I should have been in the tournament. So he should have been in the tournament. Mr. B said, this is the best QR code by far and away, loaded with insane info and clues. It's getting close to them appearing, and it means that it could get more intense. I'm really interested to know what it means in regards to Thursday. What does that mean about Thursday? I'm still trying to... this QR code is amazing. Imagine if tonight is the night, says Dean. Therapist from the video. What's Gabe saying? She wants to play. What's that?
So many ghettos. So many ghettos. So many ghettos. So many ghettos.
Oh, this is an old clip.
Who is going to play with Nikki? Who's going to...
Oh, Gabe doing some good work as always, finding like an old clip of Nikki scribbling away underneath the production truck. Okay, here's so we start then. So we're going over to our next match. Halfway through the show, we're going over to our next match, and it is going to be Zoe taking on, I think she takes on Lyra, doesn't she? Zoe versus Lyra. This is going to be match number 4. Obviously, match number 3 didn't have much to it. But Zoe versus Lyra. I'm thinking Lyra. Iyo Lyra would be really fun. You could do, I mean, Iyo against Zoe would be heel versus heel, so I've got to think Lyra's getting through. So that we've got a face there. Right, Days, check my comment on the reposts. Did image properties have now been attached? So, hang on, check my comment on the repost of my posts. Okay. Here's Lyra. Dun, 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 dun. I don't understand. Need to link up on Discord and chat. This is the best body of work I've seen for the entire Nightbirds campaign. Yeah, I'm struggling with this bit. I don't understand this bit. All of the hidden tags in the Uncle Howdy images. I haven't even started on this. I haven't even started on all of these. That's still to be worked on. That's still to be worked on. What am I looking at? I'm looking at a reply to the posts. Spamming it till you see it. So you think one of them said we are dazed no more? You think that's in one of them? As a binary code? That would be such an amazing nod to this community if it was. I feel like they're very good at doing things like that. That's definitely one that I need to look into. Apparently there's a few bits in there. One of them may translate to "we're not dazed anymore," which might not be connected to us in all fairness, but I'm going to say that it is. I'll take it. But I haven't even started on that yet. Anna said the green disc message date time, the plus is a T, and then which Twitch. So yeah, I've seen this theory before that that's going to be. Let's go over here. So here, look, you can see Anna, a legend of the channel, of course, says 4 p.m. plus which, and that plus could be a T, which would make Twitch. So, but where would it be on Twitch? On like a WWE, a WWE on Twitch? I don't ever go on Twitch. Uncle Howdy is trending right now. So, certainly not alone trying to get our teeth into this. Again, I am aware not everyone wants to do this. I am aware that this is not what everyone wants to be doing right now. But, yeah, this is a deep one, innit? Guys, copy this. 8 equals D into your browser and look where it takes you. The D must be Dallas, but why the 8? It's Wyatt 6. Where did that come from? James said there's been an hour of it already. That's true. Dave said, who have you got next week? Usyk or Fury? Who have I got next week? I'm a bit blind, aren't I, to the fact that Fury's from the UK. So I'm so desperate for the UK to have a 4-belt heavyweight champion. I think boxing, there's a proud history of it here in the UK. And even though I think the better boxer is Usyk, and even though I believe he can win it, I think it's close enough whereby I can confidently go with Fury and say that that's who I want. I mean, that's who I want, of course. I'm English. So, of course, I want Fury to do it. But it's close enough whereby I think he actually could. So I'm all in on Fury. I want Fury, and I think it's close enough where legitimately he can win it. But if Usyk wins the fight, I'll have no surprise in that whatsoever. I think he's, pound for pound, one of the best fighters on the planet. I mean, boxing ability-wise, if you was to ring out Fury's boxing ability and then ring out Usyk's boxing ability, you're getting more out of Usyk. He's got more pure boxing ability than Fury. It's just that Fury... And I don't even know if Fury would disagree. I mean, if ever Fury talks, he talks about having the size advantage. He's never claimed to be the better boxer. He just, he can box and is the bigger guy. He's always referred to Usyk as being a middleweight. And he's like, listen, if you've got a really good middleweight and you've got a really good heavyweight... It's the heavyweight that's going to come out on top. So Fury's going in with that confidence, right? But I hope he's got the right game plan. I mean, Joshua's a good boxer. He got beat twice. Daniel Dubois is a rising prospect. He got beat by Usyk. Usyk's just a monster, man. He's just so good. I honestly, I wouldn't be shocked either result. And I think that's what makes the fight so interesting and engaging, but I'm all in on Fury out of sheer patriotism. Magic Dax said Cinnamon is a Twitch account. Could that be where we go on the 16th? I don't know how many followers has it got. Has it got any previous content on there? That would be really interesting, wouldn't it? Is that where we go on the 16th? Magic Dax, shout out to you. Raven said, I'm saying QR codes are fun and it gives us something to do. Some of us like it, but it gives everyone a little of everything. The image properties on one image has all the group members' individual birthdays, says John. This is the bit. I feel like I've got into quite a bit of it. But the bit that I've not got is into image properties. We haven't even begun to dig into that yet. Right now we've got Lyra rolling up Zoe. Each image's date corresponds to a date in the link. Example, image 1 is 5/1/24. Image 18 is 5/18/24. Each image's date, right, corresponds to a date in the link. Corresponds to a date in the link. I don't get what that means. I get every image's date. I'm guessing... Here's Lyra going up. Crossbody. Down goes Zoe. Lyra all over Zoe at the moment. Grabbing Zoe. She's got her over in the corner. She's going up. Round the houses. Into a DDT. Lyra going over. Looking for the cover. 2. Kick out. I thought that was a QR code. Another one. But it was actually a pattern on Zoe's ring gear. Looked a bit QR codey. Yeah, Gio the VR. I don't quite understand this. You've been very clear in all fairness. You've said about how image 18 has got 5/18/24. Image 18 has got 5, 18, 24, but I don't know where you've got that from. Shot coming in there by Zoe. And again. Screw it. Days won't read it anyway. He's busy, says William. Joke's on you. Clint Green, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the support. Round the back. Going over against the ropes. Half Nelson suplex. Going for the cover. 1, 2. Zoe. Kick out by Lyra. Jake said the top of the mirror is a crown. King and queen of the ring. That's good. I like that, Jake. I like that. Top of the mirror is a crown. I like that because it's simple. Do you know what I mean? Rather than like, here's this property, here's this. Can't get my head around them at the moment. Right now, Lyra grabbing Zoe up, looking for DDT. No joy. Oh, lovely reversal there by Zoe. Suplexing Lyra into the corner. Good match. I mean, these two can go, man. Both of these women are so good. They're so credible. So right now, Zoe is all over Lyra. Grabbing Lyra, trying to get her back up to her feet. I'm going to include that picture of Nikki. I don't think it is, but I'm going to include it because, again, I don't want to be those pilots. I think I know something. I've got my mind set on it. 1, 2, 3, and it's a win for Lyra. Lyra manages to plant Zoe, secure the victory, and boom. Okay, so all-time. Great. Good. Bad. So, get in your scores. Lyra Valkyria wins, and it will be Lyra against Iyo in that next round. So, Lyra against Iyo is the Raw semi-final. Will it be Jade Bianca on the other sides? To be honest, any of them are worthy winners of Queen of the Ring. Any of them. Lyra, Iyo, Bianca, Jade. Congratulations on advancing. I am Lyra. Former NXT Women's Champ. I go where the crow flies. It's a bit Howdy-esque, isn't it? Straight to the top. Well, there we go. I don't think she's going to get it, but it's a beautiful crown. Wrestler Andy said Omos should have been King of the Ring. Right, let's try and tackle this a little bit more, shall we? See what we've got. So, Ilja Dragunov against Jey Uso. This was rumored to be our main event earlier. But we're actually previewing it now. I don't think we're getting it now. We've got 1 hour 15 still to go. Oh, hello. B17 said, pressing door takes you back to the original site. Maybe on Thursday at 4 p.m. when you click door, you get the Firefly Funhouse, Saudi Arabia Stadium coordinates, the cave. So when you press door, you go back to the original site. Nothing happens to... Oh, maybe if you do it on here... I didn't think to have a look at it on here. 12, 12, 12. Let's have a look, see what happens if you press it on here. If you press door on PC, nothing happens for me. just takes you to 12, 12, 12. Hashtag. Could that be something to do with Twitter? Will the door open on Twitter? It changes to 12, 12, 12 hashtag if you press the door, but it doesn't actually take you anywhere. Yeets. So we got a Jey Uso promo. Yeets. Lyra Valkyria said she only moves when the crow flies. Right, here's Sami. We're moving on to our next match. Sami is going to be taking on Otis. Sami Otis next. Okay, if you turn the photo upside down, under the word witch, you can see the word index written in green. Index was Dexter Lumis and Indy Hartwell's nickname a few years ago. Love that. I've got that written down from the chat, but I love that. It says if you turn the picture upside down, you see the word index. So if you, I mean, I can't do, oh, there, it's just underneath which. Yeah, I think that's great. Might actually not mean anything, but because maybe that was known as the index, but still, I love it because it's a great reference. I wonder if that means anything. Mocking? Mocking? Is that just a make? Mocking. Makes me think of like mockingbirds. Wasn't that Thingy's nickname? Was that JoJo's nickname? Mockingbirds. M-O-K-I-N. Mocking. Don't know. Depends how deep you want to go, doesn't it? I'm sure her nickname was Mockingbirds. I'm sure JoJo's nickname was that. The image property of image 17 is a reference to you. It says, we are dazed no more. Well, I mean, look, honestly, I really don't know if that's a reference to us. But if it is a reference to this community, then you lot deserve it. I mean, the amount of work that people do and the amount of stuff that I get tagged in, that's you. That's a credit to you. Oh, don't get me wrong, we're claiming it. We're claiming it. I don't know that it is, but we're definitely claiming that it is. Don't Make Me Cry. Bray was a genius. He made a cult leader, a slasher, and a mental unwell character. Right, what else have we got? People thinking that first image connects to Joe Gacy. Yeah, I want to get into the mental properties. I need to find that image properties. I need to find the image properties. And Gio the Theo, I still don't quite understand. Don't quite understand, but see if Gio the Theo can get back to us. Oh, it's deleted it, has it? Oh, no, it just won't send. I might as well show you what I'm looking at. So here, look, Gio the Theo said each image's date corresponds to a date in the link. Example, image 1, 5124. Well, image 1, the date was 5/12/24. So I don't know quite where this 5/1/24 is coming from for image 1. Image 18, the date I've got is 5/12/24. The number is 358367. Has anyone looked into those numbers? Has anyone looked into them? You know where next to the JPEG it's got numbers. I'm guessing people have, but I don't know what they are yet. 307-981 249052 231441 272588. Has anyone looked into those? I'm guessing so. I'm still trying to work my way through this mountain of things I've been tagged in. WrestleBuzz says, showing Wrestling Days some love, ? Well, this community. Eastbeck said, this is a good thread. Oh, Bruno's great. Bruno's great. I set them free. I have always been. Oh, that is a good thread. I am all of us. Yeah, that is good threads. Bruno's really good. Let's bring that up and show E-Specs and Bruno some love. So here we've got this. So is Uncle Howdy talking about Bray? I believe so. Notice how most of the notes have smiley faces on. Could that be an indicator of Joe Gacy? So again, you can see the badge that he had. The smiley face is his signature. This note reminds me of an old promo of Bray. I am forever. I will always be. And I have always been. Another reference. If I told you a story, can you keep a secret? That was the last thing Bray said on WWE TV. They were all left all alone. I opened the door. Now they are not alone anymore. Do you understand? And underneath that, it says, can you keep a secret? That's great. I am all of us. That's something Howdy said. If you have to ask what you aren't seeing, then you aren't looking. And it seems to be blonde hair in the right corner. Yeah, we know about that. Wendy, Lucho is an anagram for Uncle Howdy. Why have we got so much orgasm stuff? I mean, this is good. Don't get me wrong. But I don't know that it's quite that level. Flow app said, explode Flow's articles to improve your health knowledge, love life, and communication. Master your orgasm. Flow is the why is this being recommended to me? Doesn't this get based on, like, what, your life and all that stuff? What's going on here? Is anyone else getting this stuff, or is it just me? God, I just want you to know everything's fine. Everything's great. No problems. Honestly, brilliant. Everything's great. Don't read anything into that. All you sleuths out there, all you investigators, ignore that bit. It must be, you know, where it tailors ads to people. It must be that it's just broke for me at the moment. It's just not working. Must be that, baby. Okay, we've got Otis taking on Sami at the moment. Shut up. If James is around, I'm telling him now. Shut up. And you, William. You shut up, both of you. Haluva connects by Sami. 1, 2, 3. Well, that was a match. Oh, he ain't going to be happy, is he? I don't think that had enough time, really, to get scored. It seems squash-ish. Squash. Thanks to Chad. So Chad's going to come in and he's going to berate Otis. Sonny says, bless you, thank you. That match stunk, said Mitchell. The chat needs a QR code members emoji that we spam when there's a code, said Aubrey. Oh, he pushes him. Push the side of his head. Sami has come racing back down. Sami grabs Chad's. Exploder, and now we got Sami going over to the corner. He's going to hit a haluva. Chad moves out the way. Chad pushes Otis's head, mate. Otis on the outside of the ring. Anna said, Days, I think your X account is reminding you to re-sign into your Love Honey account. Oh, he slapped him. I don't know what you mean, Anna. I can only imagine they're reaching out, maybe hoping that I can give them some pointers or something. I don't know. It's very difficult to know, isn't it? They're saying to Otis to lash out back at Chad, but Otis just walks off with his head down. Look at him. Look at him. Just takes the abuse. He's being abused and he loves it. Oh. He'll lash out one day. He'll respond. Right. It's Uncle Howdy Clues. I have to rub my eyes against the screen to find something because anything can mean something. That's true. But not the stuff about, like, do you need help with orgasms? Not that bit. Look what I found. Okay, what have we got? What we got, kids? So, 12, 12, 12, and 12, 12, 12. Seth Rollins defends the championship against Jinder Mahal, and Bray Wyatt introduces another follower. Yeah, we know about that one. Well found, but that one's been picked up about the 12, 12, 12 being the debut of Eric Rowan. Is Uncle Howdy talking about Bray in this? We think so. We've got that one. May have figured a part of this out. Oh, hello. What's this? May have figured a part of this out. Bo Dallas debuts on May 16th, 2014. Debuts on SmackDown. SmackDown May 16th, 2014. May 16th, 2024. Oh, that's quite interesting. But when did he actually debut? Did he actually debut on May 16th? That's 10 years after his debut. I'll add it. That's interesting. It might be 10 years since Bo debuted on SmackDown. We'll chuck it in there. Days, explain yourself with the orgasm ads. They are looking. Done. Explained. I think it might be a stretch, but I still see an animal. I still see like a nose and ears and eyes. I just can't not see it. Oh, hello. What's this? Oh, Rico is stunned. This reminds me of the Fiend's white braids. Imagine if that's what they were going for. They want that to be the Fiend's dreads. Imagine that if that's what they were. I mean, you can see it. Right, done that. This page sucks. I set them free. So Scott's not a fan of that one. Revel in what you are. Every time I see her, Sister Abigail. Revel in what you are. Where's this from? What's this from? I've not seen this one before. Where's that one from? I don't remember seeing this Nikki Cross one before. Where's that from? Right, we was at commercial break. Here's Gio. He said, I meant each image has a corresponding date in its link. Each image has a corresponding date in its link. Each image has a date in the link. I can see that, and I can see the time. I still don't know what these numbers are. And maybe, are we talking about in the source codes or in the image properties? Because I haven't got into those. I wouldn't even know how to get into those. I'm not one of these boffins. I'm not a boffin. I've never claimed to be a boffin. King Yeti, shout out to you, my friends. King Yeti said, how big of a backlash would it be if Wyndham didn't pass away and it was all a storyline? I think there would be a massive backlash. I think that there would also be relief, but oh god, I mean, yeah, no, I mean it's not happened. You know, they've done a documentary about it, they've sold merch on it, and they've honored him. And think of the pain that people have gone through. Think of the pain that fans have gone through. I mean, you can understand that people would love for him to still be with us. Of course, that means his kids have got a father, and that would be, no one would be down on him still being with us in that regards. But the amount of heartache and pain that has been caused as a result of that news, you know, there's people that have really, really struggled with Bray's passing. There's absolutely no way you would do that as a storyline. There's zero chance. I've said before, like, I won't go down that road of saying, oh, it's 100% and all that, because CM Punk coming back and all of this has shown us there are no 100%. But there is actually something in this world that I'm 100% on, and that is sadly that Bray has left us. So how much backlash would there be? A flipping more than you could imagine. But there would also be a lot of relief that the kids have a father, but sadly that's just not the world I believe we live in. So Dakota making her way down to the ring. We're not scoring that last match because I think it was just a squash. So Dakota versus Becky is what we've got now. So this is going to be match number 6. Dakota versus Big Time. Is Liv going to make her presence felt here? I'd imagine so. Spring said, I can't wait for the debut of the Wyatt 6. I wouldn't mind next weekend at King of the Ring, but the reactions wouldn't be as loud as Clash at the Castle. The furthest the return should be is Clash at the Castle, and not past that. Sonny said, can you turn this emoji into a Discord emoji? I don't know how to do that, Sonny. How do I do that? Do you need that picture? I'm sure I can find that picture. Mitchell said they're really making us wait for Ilja. Al said he's upset with Dakota. Macca said, who have you got winning King of the Ring for both? I think it'll be Gunther LA Knight final. And I'm thinking Iyo. It could be Iyo, Bianca, Iyo, Jades. Could be either. It really could be either. I think I would go Bianca over Jade, you know. I think there's so much excitement around Jade's. I think that it's not a problem for her to fall short to Bianca because their paths will cross again. And I think she could get the win further down the road. You see, if you give Bianca the win here, does that make it a little less painful when she's got to put her over at, say, WrestleMania? If they start arguing before next year's WrestleMania and we get Bianca Jade at WrestleMania, well, if Bianca won Queen of the Ring and Jade put her over here, does it make it a little easier to accept losing at next year's WrestleMania? If I'm Triple H, that's the kind of thing I'm thinking. And so I wouldn't be surprised for Bianca to get the win over Jade. It'd be really, really close. And Bianca just scrapes it. And then Jade's like, man, you're so good. You know, I knew it was going to be hard. Nothing but respect. But I'm going to get that missing piece. You know, I've only been here a hot minute. Once I'm fully settled, I know I can beat you. And it's like, well, we don't need to worry about that now, blah, blah, blah. You know, we just move on. I think that'd be fine. I don't think that derails Jade at all. I don't think that derails Jade. My concern would be that if Jade wins and then we keep putting Jade over Bianca, are we actually sacrificing Bianca then? You know? Are we then doing Bianca dirty? It's all well and good having a shiny new toy, but Bianca is Bianca, you know? So I really think that we could be getting Iyo. I could see Iyo over Lyra, because I could see it Bianca Jade, and then I think one of those, who goes through, you go, maybe they go Jade, maybe they go Bianca. Oh, I'd go Bianca, they might go Jade. And I think, who wins it? I think it's probably either Bianca or Jade. Whoever gets the nods goes on to beat Iyo and will be Queen of the Ring. In regards to the men's sides, I think Gunther, LA Knight, and honestly, that's close. Flip a coin. Flip a coin. You can make an argument for either, can't you? I think it'd be nice for LA Knight to get it, though. I think LA Knight fans have waited and waited and waited for something. So I think it'd be really nice for him, but, yeah. Hidden tags in Howdy Images. We've got those. Boom, boom, boom. Love those. I need to look into those image property ones, though. That's the one that I'm still in the dark over. There's a few things I'm still in the dark over, which are a little bit tricky to work out whilst we are live. SmackDown is not on next Friday because of the pay-per-view. It is. It's live from Saudi Arabia. Boom, boom. Oh, kick coming in there by Dakota, but Becky moves out the way. And we go to commercial break. Drew McIntyre, if you're a CM Punk fan, you're stupid. He did say that at the start of the night, didn't he? Okay, so Dakota Becky is where we are, and we're into the final hour. Jordan said 249052 takes you to Russia. I think what I need to do is I need to ask specific questions now. I need to ask questions and then see what answers I get in response. So let's ask this question. I'm sure people have probably already sent me the answer, but I did not see the answer. It's horrible. I'm trying to do a circle and it is so flipping faint. What the flip? That's rubbish. That is so rubbish. That is so rubbish. I'm trying to draw an arrow. It's the most difficult thing I've ever done in my life. Just trying to draw an arrow. Right, I'll put a post up now. Did we get an answer on these numbers? Question mark. Okay, let's see what people come back with on that. Did we get an answer on these numbers? I'll show you my awful arrow. Let's do that. Let's go into here. Yeah, is it not shown yet? Send now. Continue sending. Should be coming through. Horrible colour as well. Boom. Look at that arrow. That's me trying to draw it and then trying to erase it and trying to... It was the hardest thing I've ever done in my life. What a mess. And look at this horrible see-through kind of... I've done this on my phone. I thought it was going to be quite a satisfying circle. It's all this really wishy-washy... It's like I can't afford real paint. I've just got this watered down nonsense. And I've had to do that. So all these numbers here, I don't know what these are in relation to, but if they must be there for a reason. It must be these numbers, I would think, for a reason. But I can't say that I've seen anyone go, right, this relates to this, this relates to this, this relates to this. I haven't seen that yet. So, oh, here we go. We've got some answers. Not yet. Oh, it looks like Brady hasn't. Mitchell said that's a dong. See, this is why they come to me for orgasm advice. Those are just the file sizes of the image. Oh, I don't think they're file sizes. I don't think they're file sizes. Those would have like a number next to them, wouldn't they? Like gigabyte, megabyte, something like that. They might be the... I don't know what they are. I mean, part of me thinks they're the file name, but is 01 JPEG not the file name? 01 JPEG, 02 JPEG, 03 JPEG, 04 JPEG, 05 JPEG. Aren't those the file names? Then you've got the date they were uploaded and the time they were uploaded. I mean, to be perfectly honest with you, all of this could have been erased. They could have put anything here. So why these numbers? Why these numbers? I really think there's something to these numbers. You don't need to have them there. That's interesting to know. People saying no, don't know anything yet. That's interesting. Okay. Apparently, according to DJ King Prods, there is a 525 that's hidden in one of the images. Nathan says not yet. Do you know what? It's been ages since that QR code dropped. If we haven't got an answer on that, then I'm really worried nothing's coming. Or that no one's going to crack it. Color Hex Color 307981. 307981. That's an interesting idea. You think it might be something to do with color? Why color? So apparently if you put that color in, you get this color. But why would these relate to colors? Why would it relate to colors? Why would it relate to color? There is a theory that each of the 6 members might have their own color. We did touch on that on Unseen. Mr. Burt Wayne, shout out to you, my friends. Mr. Burt Wayne said, Days, inside the source code, the word Cinnamon appears. If you Google Cinnamon... Oh, it jumped off screen. Becky has got the arm of Dakota. If you Google Cinnamon, you get the song Cinnamon MJF. You get the song Cinnamon MJF. Disarmor. What's MJF got to do with Cinnamon? It looks like they've attacked Becky, so it looks like Becky's going to win this by DQ. Damage Control have interfered. Damage Control interfere. And here's Lyra. So Lyra comes to the aid. Well, Mr. Burt Wayne, shout out to you. Is that an MJF tease, the Cinnamon thing? I'm still struggling to know how it connects. If you Google Cinnamon, you get the song Cinnamon. And then how does MJF connect? Liv attacks Becky from behind. I just Googled it. And it brings up Cinnamon. It brings up Nina Simone. But I can't see anything to do with MJF. Unless that's maybe a nickname that he had. But I thought he was the devil. MJF nickname. Better than you, salt of the earth, devil, scumbag. Can't see anything about Cinnamon for MJF. Mr. Burt Wayne, need to continue looking into that one, but appreciate it. You might have pointed us in a certain direction there. Richard Jr. said, when will Zoe Stark get an opportunity to win a championship or a tournament? It needs to be an Unseen video if you can explain. Well, I don't think that will make Unseen, because Unseen's not there for, like, that kind of theory, if you will. It sort of needs to be connected with something. So that, I think, is more for opinions. Talking about, like, that she deserves more opportunity, you know? I think the truth is that they see her as a great talent, but at the moment she's someone that needs a lot of investment to get, like, more star power, to have more star power. But she's got great potential. But I don't think they are looking to push her like, say, a Rhea or a Bianca. But I think she'll get her hands on a world title at some point. I'm a different kind of dragon, says Ilja. I beat Gunther. The Ring General and I have got a long history. And it is not over. Oh my god. Gunther standing next to Ilja. Oh my god. Oh. Gunther smiles and he walks away. Oh my god. Do it. Do it, you cowards. Do it. Don't you dare tease it and then not give it us. You better do it. You absolute cowards. You cowards. I don't know why I'm saying that. They might actually give it us, but right now they're cowards. Right, let's go into a poll. We need to do a poll for Becky. So, match score. So, this is for the Becky match. Right now, we've got tag teams making their way out. Number one contenders match is what we've got for the tag titles. So, I think we're going to have a few teams here. Judgment Day making their way down to the ring. Fatal 4-way number one contender. Gunther and Ilja confront backstage. Oh my god. Did you see? So good. We just got an advert for Friday, and TNT Sports thought, well, we'll cut from that. No one's going to be interested in that. Right, the hex colours make up the colours of the glitch, says Bella's Reign. The hex colours make up the colours of the glitch. Why would those colours be so important? Whereby they've... And what are the other ones as well? So here, look. Bella's Reign said the hex colours make up the colours of the glitch. Brady said, found the answer. But do all of the colours... I mean, what? Look at all these. There's 20. There's 20. Doesn't that explain 4? Or is it a case that 24, 90, 52? I don't know what the 36, 144 and 82 are. But 249052, 2725888, 307981, 319737. 737. Is that in here? There. 319737. 272588. 272588, right? So I'm happy that, you know, Spot looked at them, they're in there, okay? But what about all these? What about 209200? What colour's that? What's that? What's 209200? I like it. I feel like we're on the right path. I think definitely the right path, but I feel like there needs to be a little more digging. I think we found the tip of some treasure, but we need to do a bit more excavating. We need to do a bit more excavating. The other thing I would say as well is if they are color codes, they don't need to be there. There is no need for them to be there. We don't have to put the color code there, do we? That has been added on purpose for us to look into. That's why I'm so adamant that this gets solved and that we are like focused on trying to figure out what it is, because I don't know why they're there. They don't have to be there. You know, earlier someone said it was the file size. It's not. I don't believe it is the file size. There's no KB or MB or anything like that at the end. And now it's starting to show that actually maybe it's to do with color. And each one might be a different color. What's going on? What's this? Hidden messages. One of the hidden messages is Erwin. Another one is you killed the world I didn't forget. Okay, let's save that, shall we? It don't relate to color. It relates to the source, says Bray Roman. It doesn't relate to color. It relates to the source. What does that mean? What does that mean? Okay, we need to refocus on what's happening on the show. Because this is a watch-along. So we just come back from commercial break. So we've got Judgment Day versus New Catch Republic. This is going to really test my text box, isn't it? New Catch Republic. Who else is in the ring? Judgment Day, New Catch Republic. Oh, is that it so far? It's a fatal four-way, so we know that we've got another two teams making their way down. We got Awesome Truth at ringside. Creed Brothers. Creeds. So the Creed Brothers are making their way out. What other tag teams are on Raw? I don't know what tag teams are on Raw anymore. I would say DIY, but I'm pretty sure they moved to SmackDown. LWO, they moved over, didn't they? Ray, Carlito, Dragon Lee, the other boomers. So here's Creeds. Who else is over here? AOP. It could be them, couldn't it? They're with Carrion. We saw Carrion earlier. Yeah, I think it might be AOP. AOP. There we go. Okay, can I center that text? Can I? I can do anything, but how do I do it? That's how you do it. Boom. Yes. Look at it. Clean. Let's go. And they said this text box was now too small. I laugh in their face. Right, Brady said, what makes you think that? I think that's Nikki. What's this? I think it's Alexa from the most recent one. Alexa Bliss can keep a secret. Okay, conversations going on at the moment. You said you supposed to. You said you supposed to. It doesn't relate to color. It relates to the source. SlamX is figuring it out. Okay, I think we're getting a bit confused now as to where we are with things. I like this color thing, but we seem to have hit a bit of a brick wall. We're bumping our head up against it right now. Okay, we are underway with this Fatal 4-Way. Didn't MJF call himself Cinnamon during his feud with Cody when he was in AEW? Who watches AEW? How the hell are we meant to know that? Oh my god. I have put in AEW, Cody, MJF, and Cinnamon. It's come back with Cody and MJF, but it's not mentioning anything to do with Cinnamon. There's every chance. I really don't personally think that's the connection, but again, I'm bearing in mind that story of the pilot who was adamant he was correct and then turned out to be wrong. That was a big look. I'll tell you what, that was a big lesson I learned. Don't be that pilot. So, Judgment Day, Creed's New Catch Republic and AOP are battling out at the moment. We have got 30 odd minutes to go. Oh my god. That's a problem. I need to deliver some sort of Nightbird video after. If they have referenced us this week and then I'm like, I don't understand and I don't do a video, that's going to be a bad look, isn't it? That'll be a bad look. I was thinking dog tail hair. We have a Maltese that has a similar tail, and in a photo, the couch arm is scratched up. Guess who might have a white dog with a similar tail? Alexa Bliss. Yeah, I wondered if it was a dog. I know that people might have like took me as being a fool, but the hair is on the floor. I mean, it could be Alexa lying on the floor, giggling away. Who's taking the picture then? Her partner, what must he be thinking? Jesus, imagine that. He's probably thinking I've made a big mistake here. I mean, she's a lovely girl and everything, but I didn't sign up for this howdy stuff. We're crashing the plane. Their file sizes, they match exactly to the file sizes. You're crashing the plane. I don't think the file sizes need to be shown here. If they are file sizes, then where is the KB, MB, etc.? I'm open to the idea, but I plane will be fine. I do like that. Triton, shout out to you. Triton's got to be watching if he's responded about the fact we're crashing the plane. It was a very good comment. I'm over here wondering why the O2 JPEG uploaded first, but is number 2 on the lists. Oh, that's a good shout, actually. That's a really good question. I'm going to read. Great question. Why did the second JPEG upload later, or upload first, but is the number 2 JPEG? I like that. That's an interesting question to ask. This is tough, said Ethan. Guys, don't get distracted from your streams. It'll leave a huge bathroom mess. Yes, guys, if you do need to go to the bathroom, please do that. TJ said, did you notice that the silhouette of Uncle Howdy at the end of the Bray documentary? It looks like a more darker version of Howdy with a longer beard and long spikes in his hat. I can't say I studied it, to be honest with you, but I could believe that he'll come back with amendments. I think that he will still be Howdy, of course, if he's going to be Howdy, but we saw that character evolve even during the short time it was on screen. He seemed to have and go through different masks, so... it appears that no one can decode currently. I'm keeping my eyes peeled, but it's not jumping out anywhere. Well, I feel like we were on a good path with that colour thing. And then it got derailed. Some are zip codes. Some are miscellaneous numbers, said Snickers. Some are zip codes. What if they are zip codes? What if those numbers are zip codes? Wait, we're back to the action. Back to this tag team fatal 4-way. The floppy disk is referring to a Twitch account. The USB name has a Twitch account with 0 followers. The USB name. The mocking. I thought that may relate to mockingbirds. Mocking. That one. That's very interesting. That's very interesting. I like that. Days, I need that emoji to turn it into a Discord emoji. Well, the way the emojis work, buds, is that you upload a picture to YouTube and they just want it to be certain size, certain parameters, you know? So it's only an image. It's not anything like special. I will try and send it to you. Let me search Sunny. Okay, on the outside we got the AOP. I can't quite remember where it is, to be honest with you, Sunny. Oh, big superplex. Julius on Finn. 2. Oh, Finn gets his shoulder up. That was a big superplex. We got bodies flying everywhere right now. I can't remember when that image was first created as to how far back I need to go in my flipping folder. Okay, AOP are looking to drive Judgment Day into each other. Is that a super collider? AOP very much in control. Top rope Inziguris by New Catch Republic, who jump into the ring to the outsides. Goes one member of AOP, but New Catch Republic get caught. Then New Court Republic. They get driven to the outsides. Oh, look at Brutus, man. Brutus just powering up the other member of AOP. Got it. Sent it, you Sonny. Yeah, look at this. We're putting fires out everywhere, man. We're so good. We're sending pictures. We're chipping away at QR codes. We're watching tag matches. We're trying to read chats as there's a Brutus ball. Ah! Let's go. That leaves Tyler Bates on the top rope into a clothesline. AOP stay on their feet. Tyler trying to power him up. He's getting him up in the air. Now he's going for that airplane spin. And he hits it. Tyler Bates. Airplane spin. Oh, look at him, man. Building up some speed, and he plants him down, but he's left himself dizzy. Rolled up 1, 2. Man, that would have been moody if Tyler... That would have been moody if Tyler had lost because he made himself dizzy. Boom. New Catch Republic. Planting Finn. 1, 2. Ah, JD makes the save. Mitchell said, teasing Gunther, Ilja. Now that's an orgasm. Yeah, that's true. Guys, that's how you get orgasms. I know all about it. I downloaded that app, thank you. And it's Ilja Gunther. Right now, Carlito! Carlito smacks Pete Dunne from behind. Backstabber! Oh... Carlito helping out the Judgment Day. Carlito helps Judgment Day, and we think that coup de grace connects. 1, 2. Judgment Day win. Judgment Day win thanks to Carlito. Funny how the floppy disk says Index, which I don't believe is a reference to Indy and Dexter. It's far-fetched, but who knows? It might not be. It might just be that it's there and it's just, you know, a coincidence. But it doesn't really matter if it's a coincidence or not. That was still their name. And I think that is... really interesting. Okay, here we go. So this is Noxtalgia saying that these are the colors. This is what you get if it's colors. I don't know where we go from here. No, but it's interesting. And it certainly does match. I do agree it matches the palette of some of the glitches. So, interesting. I don't know quite what we get from it either. Interesting how the colours are all fairly similar. You know, if these are just random file sizes, for example, then, you know, would we not just see a yellow and a green and a blue and a pink and a purple? And, you know, these are very similar with the colours. So that's interesting. That's interesting. It's a theory that might be something. I'll tell you the other thing as well, though. I'm quite interested in the... Oh, here we go. Zip code theory. That's what I wanted. First 2 codes come from Singapore. The third one is no zip codes. The fourth one is North Carolina. That's what I was interested in, the zip code theory. And Gio the Theo has looked into it. Decided to mess with the picture settings. It's creepy. I love it. I still see a sheep animal type thing. I still see 2 ears with a snout, 2 eyes. I keep seeing that. I've seen it from the start. But then, you know, again, maybe it's an example of me being the pilot and crashing the plane. Right, Jey Uso is in the ring, and that's going to be time for our main events. Jey Uso versus Ilja Dragunov. Let's go. Are those the colours of the WWE opening now then parts? Said Mr. B. The Yeet lights. Oh, I like that. I like that. I would like them to be renamed, to be honest. Some people might want them to still be called Fireflies. But I think, to be honest, if the lights go out and people put their hands in the air and maybe just wave them, that's Fireflies. I don't think that, to me, is Fireflies. You know, we're not shaking the Fireflies around. So, you know, if they get renamed as the Yeet Lights, I don't have a problem with that. Because to me, doing that with the light is a lot different to doing that. Do you know what I mean? That is different, you know, holding it, swaying it, and keeping it there. And Fireflies, that's different to doing that. So I personally don't mind it being rebranded as Yeet Lights. I don't mind that. But it's interesting because there's some people that are really against Jey using those because it is so synonymous with Bray, and you can understand it. Dad Stuff said, why is no one talking about this? The floppy disk is bright green. This is clearly a clue for No Way Jose. Thank you. Finally. Finally. Al said, damn it, no yeet. No yeet. UFC Apex, Nevada, NXT, June 9th. It's not far away, is it? Is that when we're going there? Wyatt 6 are going to have a field day with Jay, said stuttering Steves. The missing lady is the missing therapist that Bray was going to, says A.R. Banks. Yes, apparently so. Zoom Station said Dragunov about to get this freshly cooked yeet. Danny said, I just joined the Discord. Danny, enjoy it. I can make 3 more emojis and then we've hit the limit, said Sunny. Simulation. 21. Close. Doug said, Lisa beats Uso, and it's Germany versus Russia. Lisa beats Uso. Ilja beats. Okay. Ilja changed to Lisa. Lisa Dragunov, that's his wife. It's a weird... Because obviously Howdy and his group are going to have the Fireflies, says Jacob. Nick said, is it a coincidence that some photos are out of time with the QR codes? Is it a coincidence that some photos are out of time? Some photos are out of time with the... Hang on. Where's that? Let me read that again. Where did I just read that? Is it a coincidence? Some photos are out of time order. Oh, out of time. I mean, it's the word order I missed. Out of time order. Well, the second one being uploaded first and then the first one being uploaded after. That's strange. And then, yeah, I think there are a few other... I just noticed another one. Number 10 was uploaded at 12:45:17. I'm telling you that there is no reason for the times or for those numbers to be there. There's no reason for that. You could just have the JPEGs displayed as just 01 JPEG, 02 JPEG. You don't need this other information. Don't need it. Doesn't have to be there. All this stuff that's being shown on screen here, all of this, I have no doubt is here for a reason. Because you could just not have any of that displayed, and you could just have 01 JPEG, 02 JPEG, 03 JPEG, 04 JPEG, 05 JPEG, 06 JPEG, 07 JPEG. You just could have those. But they've got all of this. And there must be a reason why. We're backstage with Carlito. Days are a mystery terror filled with hapless joy and contusion. Days, perhaps the sum of all those numbers leads us to a certain date. Maybe. Maybe. Carlito getting some praise from Damian. Doug said, what if the notes left on the old Wyatt house were the same noted we see in this teaser? Anyone compare the handwriting? What if the notes left at the old Wyatt house is the same noted we saw in the teaser? Yeah, that note that was left earlier in Nightbirds, that could have been written by the same person. Damian, Damian had some praise for Carlito. Okay, let's end this poll. So we know that Gunther made it through. Will it be Jey or will it be Ilja? This was a difficult one. This is one that we were really chucking around earlier. We weren't sure who was going to emerge from this. Still don't. If I'm a betting man, I go Ilja, but I don't feel great. Hey, don't forget, Drew said, I'll see you later to Jey, and I don't know that we've seen him. Carlito part of Judgment Day now. Well, he's trying to get in. Alan, shout out to you. I'm lost, said Raven. Well, I still feel like this has got secrets that has to reveal themselves. I still feel like this has not given up all of its secrets yet. That's kind of fun in a way. Okay, so Gio the Fio has actually put in the work, man, as always. 5th code, no zip code. 6th code, no zip code. 7th was in Russia. 8th is from Rosemont. No zip code, no zip code, no zip code, no zip codes. 13th is from Chantilly. No zip codes, no zip codes. Not sure. Singapore and whatever. And they don't seem to be pointing to anything, just judging by that house or where the places are. Good work, though. Really good work. Still going to include it so that people can see our workings out. So I can't say I'm sold on zip codes. I think the colours are interesting. I think the file size information, if they do match up to file size, is interesting. I still don't think that you display it for no reason. It's just not like them to do stuff for no reason, you know? These numbers, I'm sure, are there for a reason. O2 JPEG in this one, which both O2, O9 upload times are off. Maybe there's something to that. O2 and O9, the upload times are different to the others. They're out of sync. O2 and O9. Jey going against the ropes. If you total up the numbers, it comes to 5543343, which could be a phone number. That's hard for me because I'm not in America. So I wouldn't recommend calling it. Hello? Is that Uncle Howdy? Sorry? You want to speak to Barry? No, is Uncle Howdy there? Barry? Someone on the phone for you? I've just called him. No, I don't want Barry. I want Uncle Howdy. Uncle Barry? Is that you? Is that you, Edward? Oh my God. Forget it. I hope that happens. I would love for that to take place. If we achieve nothing in Nightbirds, I hope it's that. Oh, Ilja going for a H-bomb. Jey moves out the way. Gio's come to the conclusion he doesn't think it's zip codes. A lot of the QR code pics have got hidden tags, with most interesting is confirmation of Joe Gacy, Nikki Cross, Eric Rowan, and Dexter Loomis's birthday. So much info in today's tease. I know, we're still here 2 hours later. Chucking them round. Jey Uso said that was on a QR code. I'm just going to drop this video. It's the final episodes of the Firefly Funhouse. Okay. You might need to be a bit more specific. We've got that. A lot came from Sub to Slam, says Roland. Do I follow Roland? No, but I do now. Very good. There's a reference to Mr. Rogers in those numbers. Is that Nita Nitro? Hello. In those numbers, there's a reference to Mr. Rogers. How? Wasn't he a lovely man? He was a lovely man, wasn't he? Wasn't he Tom Hanks? Are the files based on FTP server linked to webpage, hence all the information of load times, says LJE. What? Do that again, but in English. Is the files based on the FTP server linked to the webpage? Sorry, Mutt. Do people like photography? Should I make a channel in the Discord, says Sunny. Yeah, but don't get your boobs out like last time, Sonny. Yeah? Keep it clean, please. Thank you. A date when he donated a red sweatshirt to a museum or charity. Which one's that? There's quite a lot of numbers in general in the world. But, one of them we think might relate to Mr. Rogers. Liv Morgan totally had a rabbit ring on and the Pluto logo. I'm not sure why everyone missed that, said Faithfully Bearded. Because we're running around trying to work out the QR code, that's why. Have we got a picture of Liv Morgan? Liv attacks. Have a look. Let's turn that down. So Liv attacks at one point. Duck underneath. There's Becky. There's Liv. I'm looking for Pluto symbols and rabbit rings and I'll have to have a look. I can't see anything. I'm sure it's there. What was that punch, man? What was that punch? I'm only seeing that punch again for the first time. Look at this punch. What the flip is that? Did we get the wrong camera angle or something? She missed her by a mile. Punch. She didn't even react. She didn't hit her, and she didn't react. And then she reacted. She sort of reacted as Becky pulled her punch back. I think we just got the wrong camera angle on that one, to be honest. Why didn't she just slap her? She should have just slapped her. It would have looked so much better. So she goes down, but what I'm looking for is like Pluto symbol or rabbit ring. But you can't really make anything out there. That's backstage.
I do have a question though, really quick.
Pause that. Oh, that's that same scene. We looked at that one. I'll have to have a look, see if I can locate anything. But just looking at these, to be honest with you, I can't see anything. Apart from a really bad punch. Right, Jey battling away with Ilja. I've got a feeling these phrases, hidden, reveal more to the image they are hidden. For example, this says, I set them free. The text is an anagram to the Firefly Funhouse. So does that mean he set puppets free? Maybe they are connected. Right, Ilja trying to roll up Jey. That's because Becky ain't a slapper, says James. Not like us, eh? Liv tried to sell a Becky blunder. A Becky blunder. Hey, look. So much stuff happens. You know, no shades. Not everything's gonna work. Not everything's gonna look great. I do remember seeing that punch at the time going, what did she just do to her? Because it sort of felt like she threw Summer. Liv didn't react, and then she reacted. Like it was a delayed reaction. Oh, kick there by Ilja. I actually thought she'd poked her in the eye. But looking at that, I think it was just a bit of a missed time. Right, Ilja going for the cover on Jey. Ah, shoulder up. Shoulder up. Dexter Lumis's birthday is January 17th, aka 117. Joe Gacy is 8, 1987. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. Gunther. Chops coming in by Ilja. Becky didn't blunder. It was late with the cell, said Akeem. Kick coming into the side of the heads. She's not much of a puncher either, said Leap In Lucha Larry. What we've got now is we've got two tribes dishing out blame. I would say that it just looked rubbish. And I blame everyone involved, including Triple H. The cameraman. I blame Lyra Valkyria. I blame the people standing in the backgrounds. They can all get it. Kick coming in there by Jey. Oh, super kick by Jey. Ilja goes down. Another kick. 1, 2. Kick out by Ilja. Crowd's a little quiet. We did just get a little "this is awesome" chant, but it's not like they're on their feet. It's not like we're in France. Oh, there's blood coming down from the earring of Jey. Well, if you are going to wear jewelry. BB Yipsy said, Days, I would like to see Tama Tonga win King of the Ring. After all, his legacy, his father was King Tonga. Eric said, this show feels like it's been a bit long. It will forever blame Verstappen. It is Verstappen's fault, you're right. Max Verstappen. He's the one to blame. Ilja backs into the corner. And he looks to throw in a H-bomb, connects. 1, 2. So he hits Jey in the side of the head. Jey gets his shoulder up. Ilja goes back to the corner again, backs into the corner, looking to deliver another H-bomb. He's measuring him up. Ilja has got Jey in position. I don't think this is going to go well. Spear by Jey. Come on, Ilja. Come on, Ilja. Jey's going. Get out the way, Ilja. Jey, big splash. 1, 2, 3. Oh, they went with Jey. Oh. They've teased the match between Ilja and Gunther, and Ilja is eliminated by Jey Uso. The Yeet Man getting the better of the Mad Dragon. What? Well, they had a chance to go with the new guy. I understand them not doing it because Jey is super over right now. But it just means got to wait that little bit longer till we get Gunther, Ilja. So, Gunther, Jey is at semi-final. Right. Where are we with this? Look what happens when you darken the article. She looks like a witch holding a light and the words turn to fireflies. Day one. Okay, we've got Gunther making his way down. Is he here to laugh at Ilja? You thought you was good. You can't even beat the Yeet Man. So, Jey and... Oh, mess him up, Gunther. Mess him up. Me and you, one more time, says Jey. Gunther, Randy in the final. Let's go, said AR1. And there we go. End of the show. Next week is going to bang, said A. Jobson. Nathan said, this show is a 9. I'll remember this day. Nathan, shout out to you. Our blonde box said, I don't understand them doing it. With the gimmick that Jey has got, he doesn't have to win any championship matches. Gunther, Ilja is about to melt our brains with how good it'll be at Clash at the Castle, says Goshen. Would you think that Tony Khan's injury is a way to get sympathy, said Simulation 54. So he would win the AEW World title. Who cares? I thought about it, and then I thought, oh, I don't watch AEW. And so my brain was like, we're not bothered. We're trying to work out QR codes. They were trapped. I showed them how to open the door, and the hidden text for this image says, I brought them all to life. Could be another nod to bringing the puppets to life. What are the hidden text messages? So I'm just asked the question because I'm trying to get my head around something. So each picture has got seemingly something in the, like, no, I don't think it's the source code. I think it's in the image properties, right? And then seemingly people keep saying there's hidden text as well. And I've just had a message saying that the hidden text for image 4 says, I brought them to life. So, is that different to the image clue? It's confusing. I think without being able to like do it yourself, it's confusing. I feel like each image has got hidden text. I'm trying to work out how many hidden text messages does each image have. Is it just one and I'm just getting confused? Or is there like 2 hidden text messages in each one? Like say something in the image that's hidden and then something that's in the properties as well. Because I don't really want to do the video where we talk about this stuff and then it turns out there's a whole chunk load of information that's been missed, you know? I'd much rather just wait and get all the information or what we know and do as complete a video as possible. But we've been on this for over 2 hours and it just keeps revealing stuff, you know? It's a very rich QR code this week. Lots of investigating, lots of stuff going on. Great 59% is our main event. Great 59%. Right, I am going to run away so that I can look into this a little bit more. I'll get a few more final thoughts, though. Kid Callie said the floppy disk 144 came in 6 colours: blue, red, orange, green, black and pink. Maybe purple, can't tell. Also in the photo, the red floppy disk is face down. What do we think that means? So that floppy disk came in 6 colours. They went with green. And also the red one is face down. Could that mean that that's going to feature in a future code and maybe it will be shown later? The O2 JPEG note is with 9. They correlated somehow. O2 note is with 9. O2 note is with 9. What does that mean? O2 note is with 9. So I'm guessing you mean JPEG O2 and JPEG 9. And the note, I need to get to the notes really, don't I? I think if I could get to the notes, this would really clear things up for me. That's the thing I've not seen myself yet, is actually gone into the notes for each of these. I think if I was to do that, things would become a lot clearer. I'm tired of Michael Cole not getting his facts straight. Ilja is not the last person to beat Gunther before Sami. Bron Breakker beat him in NXT, and Chad beat him on Raw, said Oblong Box. Uncle Meowdy is messing with everyone, said Doug. They have, yeah. They've messed with us tonight, definitely. Has anyone noticed that Wendy Lucho is Uncle Howdy's name? Yes, that has been reported, but good spot, though. BB Yipsy said, could Jey Tammer for King of the Ring? Imagine Jimmy shows up to help Jey, setting up Usos against Gorillas of Destiny. That would be fun. I'm in the UK and his crowd's showing signs of a crow. You saw a crow sign in the crowds? If you did, that's very interesting. I'll search crow sign. I don't think anyone else has spotted that, buds, because I've just put crow sign into Twitter and no WWE results come back. Yeah, no, nothing. All I know is I hope the wedding is back on for Kenny and Sasha and Tommy, said Akim. Right, okay. I think we are done. Massive distraction on this show, of course. If that's something that you're not into, Obviously, we apologize, but we are getting ever closer towards the end of this thing. We know that it wraps up, we believe, at King and Queen of the Ring. So very excited to continue looking into these QR codes and seeing where it leads. Yes, it is taking away a bit from the shows, and it did that during White Rabbit as well. But, you know, it is what it is. It'll soon be over soon. And then we can get fully focused back on the shows. So, yeah, we've still got all the results and everything. I can still do the review. And I will put up the poll on that second channel now. But I'm going to run away. I'm not going to put the poll up or anything up yet because I really want to get stuck into I think the questions that I've still got about this Nightbirds QR code. I've still got some questions there myself. So I'm going to go and see if I can find answers on those. Then I'll get a Nightbird video done and then I'll start working on all the other stuff. So big thank you to everyone that joined us tonight. I hope you got some up from it. I hope you enjoyed it. Don't forget, we are back tomorrow with NXT. And we will be back on Friday as well. And who knows what Thursday is going to show us. We may even do a cheeky little live stream on Thursday. Because we've been told about Thursday at 4. So we could do a little cheeky live stream as we build towards that. And then see what shows itself. So there could be a little ad hoc stream this week as a result now. So awesome. Thanks a lot. Appreciate the support as always. Have a great evening wherever you are. And we'll see you again next time. Bye for now.